Mia, munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8. Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
Raila tega sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.
Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi. Sisi vile sio wote ambao wanataka ugomvi kwa sababu ya ugomvi.
Niwaambia nyinyi ni wajinga mkimfuata Ruto. Mkadhani tunawadanganya.
Jeti ya Ruto. Hii maisha ya Ruto ni stress na ni stress.
Mungu wewe umetukosea.
Sasa tumesema siku ya Jumatano. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Tumesema sisi si majambazi.
Tunaingia Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a few hours after the address to the nation by William Ruto, reactions by Kenyans is overwhelming. Majority of Kenyans reject everything that William Ruto said in the pretext that they can't relate to that country Ruto was talking about. They don't know where that country exists because that is not the country where they are living. And the life William Ruto is talking about, the impact William Ruto is talking about, nobody knows where that came from. I don't know what you think about the whole scenario, but I have questions tonight that I would love you to address yourself to. One is all those phone calls that William Ruto purports to have made. To whom were they made? What happened until they were made? And who can confirm that the farmer they talked about, the tuk-tuk driver they talked about, and the other Ondiek from Kisii was talked about, it was a really Kenyan living in this economic situation, or is out of the imagination of one William Ruto? Nikipenda tukonfamu mambo haya yote tunapoanza mjadala wetu usiku wa leo. Tunakukaribisha, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, tumakinike pamoja tunapochambua siasa zetu na kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anaachwa nyuma. Ukweli ni kwamba wengi wa Wakenya hawajafurahia maneno ya William Ruto, ujumbe wa William Ruto, na wanaona kana kwamba wanachezewa. Okay, so naomba tuanze pamoja, na tunapoanza tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu. Tuko live kwa Sound Candid Talk. Sound Candid Talk live, those are our two YouTube channels. If you haven't subscribed to both of them, make sure you do so, and you can join and become a member of any of them or both of them. Is still okay. And then, of course, we are live also on Sound Candid Talk Facebook page. We really want to call upon you to see to it that you call in as many people as possible to be part of this great conversation, which we believe is going to make a positive impact on the new world that we are in, called Kenya, that we never bargained for. Well, let's get talking as we call in each other. The link to use to get in the studio is already available in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. Let's begin again na kile kibwagizo tena cha Hasla.
Wanakoroga katiba ya wafaidi. Ameuza mayai huyu hatatuelewa. Anajua shida huyu hatatuelewa. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasla ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu.
Tuanze please.
Yuko Eldoret
Asante sana na kunradhi mtazamaji wangu. Awali tulikuwa na changamoto ya mitambo, lakini hapa si ni wakimbiaji, tumerudi mbio sana. Tulikuwa tunazungumza na Bwana Sami, na Sami nilikuwa nakuuliza wewe, rais atakapokuwa anasema pale bungeni wa kaunti ambayo anatoka, utakuwa na hisia za kizalendo ukimwona?
Hapana, mimi nimekataa kabisa. Kwa sababu mimi sitakuwa na hisia za mzalendo, kwa sababu imani niko nayo. Mimi namuuliza tu rais, kwanza aongelee mambo ya vitambulisho. Hivi jana tunashindwa vitambulisho, unaenda kuchukua. Jana tumepeleka rafiki yangu, amekimbizwa na county council, amechapwa, saizi ya hospitali. Tunaenda kuchukulia kitambulisho, tunaomba tutoe shilingi 2000. Tukauliza ni nyumba talipa ama ni bili ya hospitali tutalipa ama ni kitambulisho tutamlipia. Ya pili, tunataka tumwambie bwana rais, hii mafuta mambo kuliko kuongeza shilingi 200. Sisi tunataka tusikie mafuta ni shilingi 1000, kesho amepunguza shilingi 200, hivyo tujue hivyo. Lakini sisi hata tuna imani kama wakazi wa hapa.
Naona tuna mrembo, wewe una hisia za kizalendo pindi utapokuwa unamwona rais, utakuwa unahisi kana kwamba huyu ni mtoto wa nyumbani?
Sina uzalendo. Sina hisia kusema huyu ni mtoto wa nyumbani. Kitu ya kwanza, tukienda upande wa masomo, ndashughulikia masomo kwa sababu niko na watoto. Kila siku, kila kuchao tunaitishwa pesa. Tumepewa mambo na chakula. Chakula saizi tunalipia. Hapo awali ndivyo shuleni. Hapo awali tulikuwa tunalipiwa. Saizi tunaambiwa kama uko na mtoto wa special needs lazima uongeze shilingi 1500. Ukikuja mambo ya marriage certificate lazima tulipe 100,000. Kuliko mzee alipie 100,000. Sasa nilipe hizo ng'ombe na tukae naye bila marriage certificate.
Sasa kama mama, unajua mara nyingi kina mama ndo wanacheza zile nyimbo za kizalendo, wanasherehekea kidogo, utakuwa hata na wimbo wote wa kizalendo.
Sasa haiko kwa akili. Hakuna wimbo ninaweza kumbuka. Labda nikumbuke ya nyumbani hizo za kina Mlongo aho. Lakini siwezi kumbuka wimbo wa kizalendo.
Haya, unafanana kama mzalendo. Tusonge hapa. Rais atapoko akisema leo mida ya saa 8 mchana, baadhi ya changamoto tuko nazo North Rift ni insecurity kama pale Kerio Valley. Ungependa rais aweze kunena kuhusu hilo?
Mimi kwanza akiongea leo mimi sina uzalendo kwa sababu akiongelea security pia nafaa angalie Kenya mzima. Huko ni security, huko kwingine watu hawana kazi, wanajua ukiona watu wako hapa si ati wako hapa kwa kutaka kwao. So akiongeza vitu na haja create vile watu wanafanya job, kupata job ndio aongeze nini, hakuna kitu anafanya. Ukiongeza kitu jua mwachini juu kuna watu hawana job. Kuna mtu anategemea hustle. Mimi ni fundi hapo waso. Mafuta amepandisha ikiwa na maana msituni alifunga siende kupasua siende kwa familia. So ukiniongezea na fili aje. Wafungue job kwa vijana ndio akiongeza tunajua wenyewe anashughulikia juu na chini, lakini bodomu yake hapo yake yenyewe tulikuwa tunajua. Mwambie siku inakuja, tunamongoja.
Asante sana. Natafuta mzalendo. Wewe ni mzalendo? Tuangalie pale tuseme rais akiwa pale bungeni akisema na Wakenya, wewe kama mwenyeji wa kaunti ya Uasin Gishu unacha kujivunia, pengine hisia za uzalendo zitakujia ukimwona mtoto wa nyumbani akisema pale.
Na shukuru sana kwa sababu mimi ni Chafete wa Hungu. Nataka niseme kitu moja hivi. Rais mahali ya kupandisha mafuta hasola tupate kufanya nini, kutafuta hiyo, tunang'ang'ana na kutafuta mafuta juu, pikipiki juu, hasola mingi. Sasa yeye wacha atuwekee ikuwe lita moja ikuwe sawa na pikipiki, tunajua tunanunua mafuta imeenda juu.
Asante, tumpishe mzee mwenzako. Karibu. Mzee, nataka utueleze kuhusu hisia za wazee kutoka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Tunaona vijana kidogo wanasema kwa upande wa uzalendo gharama ya maisha inawavunja moyo. Sijui upande wa wazee mambo yakoje?
Mimi ni mzalendo hapo Uasin Gishu, lakini upande wa wazee pia wazee wamechoka. Ile pesa yenye walikuwa wanatengea hiyo pesa tujaiona. Kitu ya pili, vijana hawana kazi, wazee sasa hata inabidi waingie kwa nyumba saa 11 kwa sababu vijana watawanyonga kwa njia. Sasa rais nitakana aamue tu kama ni kuuza nje tugawane pesa, kila mtu apate share yake. Alafu mafuta ajaribu kuguzia mambo ya mafuta. Aweke 1,000 tuchazoea maisha. Tumechoka, punde imechoka.
Asante mzee. Natafuta ambaye pengine atakuwa na hisia za uzalendo. Nani? Wewe? Haya, tuanze kwa majina yako. Tuanze na huyu bwana hapa ambaye ni kijana. Wewe kama kijana unacha kujivunia siku ya leo, manake pale rais atakapokuwa anazungumza bila shaka anatoka maeneo haya yetu na ni jirani wenyu hapa Sugu.
Siwezi jivunia kwa sababu kama rais tokea tumchague ni uongo tu, anatenga, hakuna kitu amefanya. Mimi kama kijana nilikuwa nalipo kwa siku napata 500. Saizi nimesimamishwa. Nikisema kuchukua pikipiki hakuna, sababu mafuta yenye nitaweka haitafanya kitu. Bwana rais, kitu yenye mimi naweza kuambia, wacha uongo, na saizi bado uko kwa hisia za kura. Unatafuta kura za 2027. Wachana na kura, bado hujaamini kama uko rais. Simama kidete na ukue rais wa Kenya.
Asante.
Mambo ya kusimama unatafuta kiti, bado unatembea, wachana nayo. Simama, tenga na ufanye. Sababu ulituambia bottom up, hatukuelewa hiyo kizungu, lakini sasa tumejua. Unatutoa juu unaturudisha chini. Saizi tutaanza kuwa uwezi, sababu Kibaki alituletea pikipiki. Saizi umefanya pikipiki tumeweka kwa nyumba. Tutafanya nini? Tutarudi kuwa uwezi.
Nyinyi ndio mzee anasema hapa mnafanya wazee waende nyumbani mapema.
Tunafanya hivyo sababu kwa saizi vijana saizi tumeimariki, tunataka pesa.
Asante.
Na ukisema kijana atanyonga mzee ni ukweli, kwa sababu huyu mzee asipoleta ndugu yangu hatutakaa. Kitu ya kwanza, saizi ukiwa na familia uko na mtoto na mama na wanakula, we ni mfalme. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu saizi wazee wengi wanakaa nje huku, kwa sababu ukienda kwa nyumba utashindwa utakula nini, mtoto akule kwanza ndio ukule. Ndio maana si vijana tumeogopa hata kuoa, sababu tutawakulisha nini? Marriage certificate tungetamani kuoa, lakini umetupandishia. Saizi mimi najiuliza, mimi ni Mkenya, umeniambia ID niende na pesa ndio nishike. Kwa nimetoka Uganda, mimi ni Mkenya, unaniuzia pia ni ya Kenya.
Asante sana mtazamaji wangu, hizo ndio hisia kutoka kwa wakazi wa Uasin Gishu wakisema hata ingawa wangependa kuwa wazalendo, kidogo msukumo wa maisha unawapeleka kwa jinsi ambayo inaweka katika hali tatanishi kimawazo na vile vile
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is our opening remarks from Uasin Gishu County. You can tell the mood ama mambo kwa ground ni different from what William Ruto is painting for the Kenyan people to appreciate that the Hustler Fund has worked miracles, the fertilizer has worked miracles, the Kenya Kwanza administration has put up a solid foundation. The Kenya is about to take off and things are about to turn around for every life of every Kenyan. Do you see that happen, or is just sheer, giving hope based on nothing but hot air? All in all, that is why we're here to discuss this in detail. So wherever you are joining us from, please let us know. And then, of course, don't watch the show alone. Make sure you're inviting somebody. If you are not yet a subscriber to any of our channels, please make sure you subscribe. We are live on Sound Candid Talk YouTube channel, Sound Candid Talk Live YouTube channel, and you can follow us also on Twitter as well as Facebook page, Sound Candid Talk. Thank you so much. Even as we proceed further into the discussion, nataka upate kile ambacho tunazungumzia, na tunazungumza kuhusu wa Kenya hawawezi ku identify na ile speech ambayo William Ruto alipeana. Wanashindwa anaongelea nchi gani, anaongelea Hustler Fund gani, hawajui hiyo mambo anayozungumza kwamba maisha ni bora. Na hiyo pia inanikumbusha swali ambalo tunauliza hapo kwa poll, our usual poll on the YouTube channels. Okay, the question we are asking tonight is, are Kenyans better off now than they were before the elections? Are Kenyans better off now than they were before the election? On Sound Candid Talk Live, 3 votes, all of them 100% they say no, they're not better off. Let's look at Sound Candid Talk. Sound Candid Talk, let me just refresh. It appears it is stuck somewhere, but it will soon be here. So let's watch out. Let's see what Kenyans are saying as far as our poll is concerned, and we encourage you to participate in the same. And before you cast your vote, make sure that you are liking the video. We really want to see you like the video, and then of course respond to the poll question rightly. Okay, so far 34 people have cast their vote in 38 minutes of the show. And then what happens? 14% say yes, Kenya is better off now than it was before elections, and a whooping 86% saying no, Kenya is not better off now, and Kenyans are not better off now than they were before the elections. They only let down that the likes of the video are 17. Please, let's like the video first before we cast the vote. That's why there is that instruction there on the poll. So let's not be excited about casting the vote without us following due process. Let's be able to verify the number of people who voted compared to the number of people who liked the video. They should be able to tally for us to verify that really people participated into our poll. On Sound Candid Talk Live, 9 votes, 38 minutes into the show. And of the 9 votes, 11% say yes, Kenyans are better. Kenyans are better off now than they were before the elections. And of course, 89% say no, things are not the way they are supposed to be. Before the elections, things were better. That is according to majority of Kenyans who have participated into the poll tonight. Well, I want to appreciate everybody who is on the show tonight, even as we proceed further with our discussion. Nataka tafadhali uwe mstari wa mbele. Charles Green anasema the flying president is on trip number 40 and the year is not yet over. Okay? Haya, that's your bargain. Mlichagua, bas. Matokeo ndio haya. Ubuntu, asante sana. Tuni Muhamud, karibu kwa show. Asante sana kwa kuwa hapa. We ni permanent secretary indeed. Thank you so much. Angela Wamboi, salamikeni. Tunawasalimu. Asante sana. Simba Omar Said, Zakayo ataka tulipie kifo tukiwa hai. Samahani. Okay. Bas, asante sana. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna mwendawazimu timamu watching from Bumula, Busia, Kenya. Karibu sana, tunashukuru. Jina lako ndio linanitisha. Okay, Amina Aden, karibu sana. Kibeti Sige anasema hi Bernard, baba aendelee kunyamaza, hakuna maandamano, wacha hasla watawale, go and play golf in Miami. Okay, Kibeti Sige anasema baba anyamaze tu vile ambavyo amenyamaza, hasla aendelee. Haya, Liliana, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Ebere hiyo itanishinda. Watching from Nairobi Umoja, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? William Adilo, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Felistas Atideke, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Mzee wetu wa nguvu Michael Ngigi anasema Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Ruto must go. SAP, no matter what. That is it. We have to get rid of this one or else we lose Kenya completely. Naftal Naimani, karibu sana. Asante kwa kuwa sehemu ya kipindi chetu. Naomba tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana na tutekeleze wajibu wetu. Ben Masafu, hi to you. Thank you so much. Karibu kwa show. Kuna Karen wetu hapo. Karibu kwa show. Asante kwa kujumuika nasi. Naomba tafadhali usikae mbali, hakikisha unatekeleza wajibu wako wa kukaribisha na kushare hiyo link kila mahali ili kila Mkenya amakinike na masuala tunayoyachambua. Fabiano Adriano, hi to you. We appreciate Azeo wenye wanavoti, yes, ni wale tugege. Haya, ndio hivyo. David Ambani, watching from Busia County. Thank you so much. We have fully representation from Busia County. Naambiwa huko Busia County kuna looting spree. Sijui kuna kaaje, ningependa kupata picha kamili. We'll soon be doing regional politics, so that we understand what's happening. We needed to get more light on what was going on in Meru, to understand why is there storm in Meru. And so because of that, we would be doing county to county politics just to understand and Kenyans to have a clear picture of what's happening. And one of the sad things that I can see in our politics and our mainstream media, you noted, those of you watched that clip from Bungoma, from Eldoret, you notice the difficulty that the journalist has in getting at least one person for Zakayo. Now, I want you to see how she struggled. Akaenda kwa vijana, akaenda kwa wazee, akarudi kwa vijana, akaenda kwa mama, akijaribu kupata tu mtu mmoja ambaye anashabikia Zakayo. Nakumbuka, that is Uasin Gishu, that is Eldoret. If it is so hard to get one person in support of William Ruto in Uasin Gishu, where does William Ruto have his support? Who is this that is with William Ruto? Which Kenyan? Public participation, it appears your configuration is not right. Please fix it and then get back. We need you here to weigh on what is happening in our country. So let us also please be on the forefront, and this reaches out. Yule mtu wa tuktuk walisema anatoka Kilifi. Najua niko na washirika hapa wa Kilifi. Hebu mnitafutie huyo mtu yupo ama Ruto aliimagine. Mimi nataka kuelewa kwa sababu I suspect William Ruto with every move he makes and with every statement he gives, he's not to be believed, he's not to be trusted, not because I am saying so, but because he has proven so. We can hardly get the truth from him, and therefore we need to confirm everyone and everything. So watu wa Kilifi, mimi nataka raw information from raw people. Wangapi ambao ni majirani huyo mtu wa tuktuk ambaye amepata pesa 700 and something thousand from inaitwa nini from Hustler Fund, alafu ndio hiyo William Ruto. Yesterday I called Harrison Kenga, a tukutuku operator in Mombasa, who has accessed 714,000 Kenya shillings from the Hustler Fund. He suggested to me to find a way to have the fund provide asset finance so that he could buy himself a tuk-tuk. Now, I want somebody, at least one person, because William Ruto is to be tested. It's like that. The Bible talks about test every spirit. Kama kuna spirit ambayo inapaswa kuchunguziwa, ichunguzwe, ifanywe uchunguzi, ifanywe commission of inquiry, lile ya Ruto. So mi ningependa watu wa Kilifi ambao mnapata kipindi hiki wote wa Mombasa, the coastal region, if you know that Harrison Kenga and you can verify his story as shared by Ruto, I would love that information. Then there was an Ondiek from Kisii. Those of you who are from Kisii, I want you to verify that story. And there was another story, I think from, was it Kitale or from Trans Nzoia, of farmers. I need that verified too as we continue with the conversation. Thank you so much for keeping at Sound Candid Talk. We salute everybody for being alive and well, even as we go further. I'm happy Wangira is here. Public participation is here. Wangira has been gone long. Wangira vipi? Wangira, you are still mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, how are you, Bernard? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but with struggle. Try to mute your camera and do the audio only. It seems your net is weak.
Okay, let me try to come back.
But that's better.
Okay,
you're still buffering. Refresh and come back. Public participation is still buffering. I don't know. Jaribu tuone.
Hi Bernard. Hi. Unanipata?
Ela.
Unanipata?
Unakwama sioni nini, you are not coming through smoothly.
Are you sure it's on my side or it's on your side? Because sababu yako ina buffer sometimes pia.
Pole. You need to refresh. I think clear the history of your browsing. You are blocked from communicating freely. You are sounding like ile CD kona scratch.
Okay, sawa.
I think it's improving. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with the conversation, please be here and ensure you participate fully into the conversation. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu na hakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unajulikana. So mimi ningependa mnitafutie hao watu. Anaitwa nani? Zakayo alisema anawapigia simu na mimi nashindwa Zakayo anapigiaje watu simu ili hali kuna NIS na ama NIS ndio walipeana hiyo majina. Ningependa kujua, so nataka majirani hao watu waseme mimi ndio jirani wa fulani aliyepigiwa simu na akasema amepata hustler fund na hustler fund imefanya hiki na kile. Ningependa kujua hiyo story yote. Kama unataka nisikia raw information, si ate ile imepangwa. I don't want to stereotype or stage managed. I want really people utukumbushe, tuambie huyo mtu wa tuktuk Zakayo alizungumza kuhusu, mimi namjua, anatoka sehemu fulani, ama sisi tunafanya tuktuk pamoja na yeye, anaitwa fulani. Nataka hiyo information. So kama uko Mombasa, Kilifi, wherever, if there is anyone that knows any of those people that William Ruto talked about, I want to confirm that from you. Otherwise, thank you very much. As we continue inviting each other, make sure you participate into the vote. You cast your vote to tell where we are in relation to where we have come from and why we must stick in the fight until we win. Mr. Ongira, I think it's better now. Come in. How are you today?
How are you, Bernard?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you? Long time.
Long time, you know. It has been a long time. I agree.
Welcome back. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Bernard. You know, yesterday, I listened to. Yesterday, I listened to. Do you hear me, Bernard?
You're breaking. I don't know. And somebody says it's from my end. You listen to?
Because I'm getting an echo, so I don't know where that echo is coming from. So I was saying that yesterday I listened to I was saying that yesterday I listened to William Ruto as he was making what we call the State of the Nation address. And I say that, you know, and I felt that Bernard, my gadget seems to be having a problem. Let me try and see what I can do.
Okay, thank you. I'm the one to refresh. Public participation, let me hear you.
Hi, Bernard.
Clear.
Good.
Carry on.
Thank
Hi,
you. Yeah, na wasalimu wote Otumani, Mr. Wangera, Bernard. Let me see who is on the comment section. Oh boy. I'm trying to see what is on the comments. On the comments, I can see Ubuntu. I can see Tufosa Lai. Hi. Alex Media. Tuni Mohammed. Assalamu alaikum. William Wadilo. Fabiano Adriano. Charles Green. Tatu Juma. Michael Ngige. Arun Muya. Angela Wamboi. Karen. Felicitas Atideke. Yes. Na wasalimu wote. With the motto of our esteemed coalition, Azimio yote inawezekana. Yeah, so this week I've been a bit tired. I usually come, I log in, and then I fall asleep before, right before. Sometimes I've been falling asleep even in the show. Like I'm on the panel and then I fall asleep. But now this week I've been wanting to contribute, but I come and then Kitambo, you come. I find out it's in the morning, so. But very interesting events have been going on, which I have had strong thoughts about. Starting with the impeachment of our governor from Meru County. And I came to learn a lot of negative things which I was not even aware of that have been going on in Meru. And the other issue, of course, was the bishop who said that, we should learn to be more patient because if we are not going to be patient, we should also call God a liar if we cannot be patient to wait for Zakayo to fulfill his promises. Then or we call him a liar because so far he hasn't fulfilled his promises. Then we should also call God a liar because Jesus has been saying he's coming back for a long time and he hasn't come back yet. So let me start off with the issue of and then of course the State of the Nation address by Zakayo, which I really didn't have the energy to start sitting down to listen to this man for 2 hours. But I think I picked something from the news, the summarized version. Otherwise, personally, I have a hard time listening to this guy because the only thing, as Matiang'i used to say, that is true is his name. It's even very interesting that the time when he said there's going to be an El Nino, there was no rain. It was just people were calling it El Jua because it had become so. And then immediately he said that there's no El Nino, it started raining. So I think even God himself, yani he even changes akikwambia kuna El Nino, Mungu anafunga mbingoni hakuna mvua. Akisema hakuna El Nino basi inaanza sasa kukuja mvua. So okay, let me start with I think the one which was first was the one for the bishop, which happened in the sequence of the events that happened. So I think Kenyan clergy, where we have gotten to, and of course we have our members here who are clergy. I believe even the gentleman Odumalo is part of the clergy, and Reverend Lala and Pastor Bernard, they are all part of the clergy. But unfortunately, the clergy in Kenya has been going down the drain, pole pole, for a long time. Where we have reached now, we don't have real genuine, men of God, particularly at the very top echelons of various formations like the ACK, the evangelical and Pentecostal churches. Most of those people who are now leading those churches, really, they are not serious with their calling. And as the Bible says, you cannot serve two masters. You'll either serve God or you'll serve mammon. Mammon means money and power and prestige and all those things which the devil told Satan. Satan told Jesus that you can bow down before me, I'll be able to give you all these nations and all these kingdoms. So that's where our clergy is, and we have to accept that we have been slowly going down the drain until now. We are fully in bed with a very corrupt administration, which the leaders endorsed to their followers, to the extent of even telling their followers that this is the person who God has spoken to them about as the anointed king or the anointed president. So now they are at at pains to explain to their members what is really happening, because they really assured their congregation that, you know, God really spoke to them and told them that this is the person who I want to be president. Now the guy went into the seat and things have gone haywire. They don't know now what to tell their congregants anymore. They don't have anything to say. They don't have any moral authority. So what they have decided, they have just said to keep quiet, particularly on controversial, these issues of homosexuality and sex education, among others. They now are in the pocket and are at the behest of Zakayo. So Zakayo, if he tells them, no, you don't comment on this issue because my facilitators or my benefactors, which are in the US and the West, want this issue, you know, they don't want you commenting up. The guy is just nyamaza. So it's coming out very well that what I think it was what Jesus said, that you cannot be serving two masters. Either you'll serve God or you'll serve mammon. You'll serve money. So our clergy, unfortunately, majority of them, and particularly the ones who are very influential in the, you know, as leaders in our Christian communities, in our Christian religion, they are now serving mammon fully, 100%, not even 99%, 100%, and they are proving what Jesus just said. There is no way utachanganya hii mambo mbili. Unaona? It's either utaserve Mungu ama utaserve pesa. So if money is what you are following, sooner than later, maybe ulikuwa 50-50, unafuata pesa hii side na hii side ingine unafuata Mungu. Itaenda ikiongezeka, ufike 60, ufike 70, 80, 90, mpaka upate sasa you 100% about money. And I'm speaking this from experience as a Christian. Having watched so many servants of God and so many men and women of God who were really very, very passionate and very, very anointed servants of God. Wakina Muiru, Pius Muiru, Bishop Margaret, Gitonga, kina Deliverance, Kariuki. Those were people who, when they started out with God, they started from down. They was on streets. Even Bishop anaitwa Wairimo Nelson, Reverend Wairimo. All those people, they are highly, or they were highly anointed, very highly anointed, by the way. Lakini sasa they started mixing. They started mixing until now they went full force. Wakajipata wamesha bebwa. Ni ile the parable of the camel. The camel inaingiza mapua, inaingiza kichwa, shingo, the next thing imekutoa kwa tent, imechukua tent yako. That's what is happening to our Christian leaders. That's why somebody can have guts. And if you look at that man who was talking about that issue of the false promises of Zakayo, that is a very respected person in Christian circles. He has been in ministry for the longest, I don't know, 25 or something years like that. But it's unfortunate. But what I can tell also our moderator here, or our chair here, Reverend Pastor Bernard, you know, these things, they look very, when you're looking on the outside looking in, they look like something which is like it can't happen to you, but it can happen to you as a pastor. Ukishaanza kujiingiza kwa vitu, and you know the devil is very cunning. Hata as a pastor, uendangi tu siku moja unaanza usherati, unaanzaga tu you are flirting with women, you are kidogo you just find umeslide, umeenda sasa kabisa. Unakuwa sasa you have completely forgotten about God, and that is what, it's unfortunate, but that is what is happening to our leaders. And that's why somebody can actually have guts to go and start comparing Zakayo with God or with Jesus, and even try to imply that God could be considered a liar. Hata ile tu heshima ya Mungu tu, reverence of God, not to talk ill of God, or not to, you see, even if you have been a pastor for 25 years, you have been working with God for 25 years, bado lazima ukuwe na respect kwa Mungu. You can't just talk about God like the way you talk about somebody there, your brother, your younger brother, ama your friend out here. No, you have to address him with respect. Sasa ukianza kumweka kwa mizani ati you know, let's weigh Jesus with Zakayo, surely. What is that? That's blasphemous. And even we saw it in the Jesus Winners Church yenye iko na Mwai brothers, twin brothers. Unaweka picha ya nani kwa screen. Hiyo sasa ni mambo gani? Unaweka nani kwa screen? This is a church, for the love of God. People have come with their problems. People have come there to come and meet God, to worship God. Unawekea picha ya nani? On top of that, unaleta kwa pulpit, awambie whatever he wants to campaign. Basically, in fact, let's not sugarcoat these things of what is happening in these Sunday services and throughout all the time during electioneering. You have turned the altar of God into a campaigning whatever, or a place where, like now, unaita MPs wa hiyo area and all other leaders wanakuja kubeg for favors from the altar of God. So you are defiling in fact, you are merchandising the altar of God. Come and advertise your whatever you want over here. If you are an MP, MCA and you want president awajengee barabara, kujeni kwa hiyo altar. Kama unataka watu wakupigie kura, kujeni kwa this altar and you have to give me something in return. So all what I can say, as Christians, by the way, we are on our own. Afadhali hata Waislamu wenye wakitoka kwa mosque on Friday wanaweza ingia kwa street kuprotest mambo ya LGBT. Sisi sahi, have you had any single pastor who has come out very strongly to say we are against LGBT in this country? Tangu hii mambo ianze tu, hii mambo ya LGBT, have you seen even one, a prominent one? Because they are there, many of them. Our heads of deliverance, head of redeemed, head of ICK, nani amekuja akasema hiyo kitu? Nothing. Which tells you pali tuko as a Christian community, we are in big problem. And basically we are on our own. Let's not sugarcoat anymore. We are on our own. We are now sheep without a shepherd, because wale wenye tulikuwa tunawategemea ndio hao wamejiuza, wamejinajisi. They cannot, you know. So it's very unfortunate, and I really pray that these people, they can come back to themselves like prodigals, and because watamalizia vibaya. That is all what I can tell you. Watamalizia vibaya, because unajua kama wewe umekuwa ukifukuza shetani, unafukuza shetani, then mwishowe ukuje urudi kwake. I can assure you he'll really take advantage of that to really accuse you before God, and to even make sure that even the position that you had in the kingdom amalizane nayo. Let me now move to Kawira Mwangaza. I think that when I saw the defense or the lawyer for Kawira Mwangaza presenting the kind of things which Kawira Mwangaza has been going through, I was just shocked, you know, because you know the esteem with which I hold our leaders and even our people, my people. Let me say my people. You know, I hold them in very high esteem, and I'm not just holding them in high esteem at kwa sababu nimezaliwa kwa hiyo community. No, I hold them in high esteem because I always see that they are one of the few people groups in Kenya who vote with their conscience, not based on kama unawapea pesa. These are one of the few people remaining in Kenya who can vote based on principle, can vote based on their conscience as opposed to money. And why do I say that? There is a gentleman who is called Kitonga, who was just a very young man, and he was not even working by the time he wanted to be an MP. And the kind of people who are competing against him walikuwa very wealthy people, super wealthy, compared to him mwenye hata gari yenyewe hakuwa nayo ama baiskeli. And the guy went and campaigned door to door, and the people voted him in just like that, kimchezo tu. Na watu wenye walikuwa big wigs they were ignored in spite of dishing out money. The other one was Mwirigi. He also didn't have even money to buy even a jacket. He was wearing a sweater. And he was, even this other one, I'm telling you, Gitonga, he was not having any party. He was an independent candidate. And the reason why he was an independent candidate is because hangeweza afford the fees, because unajua kama unasimama with a particular, let's say kama utaenda usimame na Mbas, ama usimame na PNU ya Munya, you will have to pay a lot of money there, 100 to 200k, I think. I'm not very sure, but inakwanga expensive kusimama na ticket, because those leaders of those parties, they make money through those things of nominations and all that. So they went independent candidate na walikuwa na compete na watu wenye wako na backing ya the popular parties in the county, and they never made it. Instead, they voted for this independent person who hana pesa ya kuanza kulipia nini nomination ya chama. That happened for Gitonga, that happened for Mwirigi. Because in fact, hiyo mambo ya kwenda independent, they were not going independent because they want to go independent. Ni ile hawana pesa hata ya kulipia. So I've always held my people in very, very extremely high esteem than other tribes in Kenya. I may sound tribalistic, but I'm telling you why. And Kawira also, somebody called Kajuju, who was a very prominent lawyer, who had a lot of money, and she was not, by the time she was unseating that lady, nobody knew her on a national platform. Watu wa mashinani walikuwa wanamjua, and they voted for her. And from there, they now voted. There's a time when she ran for MP for Buri, which I think is the same place where Mwirigi comes from. And she did not manage. That was her first attempt. Before now, she went to women's rep. And in a county where I agree that the Meru County is a very patriarchal community. And to prove it, we have not had a female MP since I think the 1960s. So we have not had any female leaders. Before mambo ya women's rep ikuje, because some people also, they trash this women reps position, wanasema this women reps position ati ni za ku, zina maana gani? Hazina maana, it's just for entertaining women and all this. So I want to tell you that seat works because aliingia through, that was her first elective post, akaingia kwa women's rep, and from the work she was doing as a women's rep, which was touching the people more than Linturi, who was the senator, more than by then, more than Kiraito, who was then the governor. She was able to go from being a women's rep to being a governor, which has not been seen anywhere in the country. Ula mtu mwenye, a woman who entered into governorship was a deputy governor. She was a women's rep, I think so, but after that aliingia kwanza deputy governor, ndio sasa akachukua governor, I think ni Wakwale or somewhere. She moved from first time women's rep direct to governor, and she was doing this in a race where the sitting senator was incumbent senator was running, and the incumbent governor was running, and without any party backing, because in Kenya tunajuanga party drives your success. So if you're going to be in ODM and you are standing in Nyanza, your chances of getting in is like almost 100%. But she stood on independent candidate, and she even said, it's not that sina pesa ati neze enda hata nianzisha my own chama ama I run with a party ticket, but because this seat nimepewa na Mungu, I don't want any glory to go to any party. That's why
public participation.
Yes.
The queue is getting longer
okay.
and longer. We
okay,
need
fine.
to
Let me stop there.
so that everyone
okay, let me
has
stop.
And then we can mix the story.
Okay, let me stop there.
So wrap it up, and then Undumani can come in. Wangira, I think you're having a challenge with the net. If it connects, please come. We need to hear you. Thank you.
Okay. So she stood with independent candidate, and the area was a UDA area. The UDA candidate was Linturi. na watu wakachana, majority of people were supporting that party UDA, but hawakupigia nani, hawakupigia the UDA candidate, wakaacha huyo, wakaacha Kiraito who has been a kingpin throughout and in politics throughout, hajai kuwa nje, na wakapigia huyo mama. So the things which I saw from the videos which were being shown there of Mpuriaburi and the deputy governor, and even Kiraito himself trying to anoint the deputy governor and using oaths in the Njurisheke shrines, I was like, my God, who are these people? Are these my people? I was like, oh my God, they have been, you know, I even felt ashamed. Like siezi enda niambia mtu mimi ni Meru sahi after kuona ng'ombe imekatakatwa and all those types of things. I was very dismayed. But all what I saw is that there are two sections in the Meru community. There is the Mwananchi and then there is the political class. The political class is the one which is using chauvinism, violence to be able to hold the seat. But the Mwananchi who is on the ground is 100% behind Kawira Mwangaza. Today let her simama kwa nini, utaona she'll get more votes than hata zenye alipata. And that is the problem. The people who have been controlling the resources, the people who have been busy stealing the resources, including those MCAs wakienda matrips na wakipewa pesa na Kiraito, sasa ndio hawa wamekuja and they have enough, especially your chairman anaitwa Keogora. He has enough to come and say that if you stand on independent ticket hauna soldiers, at least Linturi akona soldiers wa UDA na huyu akona na watu yake ambas. What is that? And then Mpuriaburi anakuja anasema she's not even a Mumeru, she's a Mkikuyu. Kwani hata kama yeye ni Mkikuyu hawezi kuwa governor kwa county ya Meru? Kwani Rahim Daud who is an Indian, pure Indian, not mixed, is an MP. So tutoe watu wenye sio wa Meru hawezi kuwa leaders in the Meru community. This has showed very well how backward the leaders. In fact, Merians, we need to think twice, the people who we are putting on these seats, because some people are rubbish and they don't reflect the true picture of who we are as a people. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, public participation. Very good point there. We need to appreciate that there are no Kenyans who are more Kenyans than the rest, and leadership is not tribal, and devolution was never meant to be a tribal arrangement. It was all on the basics, or on the basis of who can champion the development of a particular region. So it is just our bad culture of reverting to tribalism that really messes up good things. I don't mind having Aluya as a governor in Nyeri, as long as he can deliver. All senior politicians in the past were never, Mwai Kibaki did not start by vying in Othaya. Mwai Kibaki was a Nairobian member of parliament. He went to Othaya, I think, after vying in Nairobi. He was the Donholm constituency. Tomboya, he was a Nairobian. Things like that. We shouldn't be so much caught up into the county is ours, it is for this community, so nobody from outside should rule here. If I come and put up a school in Meru, will I be teaching Meru in the school so that only the people who are not Merians should enter the school or something like that? If I put up a mall, a shopping mall in Meru, will you say that that mall is being put up by a stranger, so we should not buy from it, will not profit from it, it will not employ our children, our sons and our daughters? We need to outgrow the stereotype of tribal, looking at leadership from the tribal perspective, and begin to look at the competence of the people we are putting in office. Look at where we are right now. It's all because of tribal arrangement. Two tribes coming together, they create a president. three tribes are ganging up with this, they will be able to defeat this. Let's get back to weighing people on the scale of their competence based on their character and not their tribal origins. Too backward, too Stone Age, and I agree with you. Something serious needs to take place in our country. Well, Undumani, namna gani?
Bernard, unanipata?
Unapatikana. Karibu. Hali vipi huko?
Tuko salama. Busia ni mvua tu.
Mvua ninyi ndio.
Ninyi
mmebarikiwa sana. Tunashukuru kwa kuwa nyinyi mko jirani na Museveni. Na Canada mbizenu ni chache.
Kikiumana tunaruka pande ile ingine. Kikiumana tunakunywa mafuta pande ile ingine.
Tunajua nyinyi ni familia moja.
Mafuta ya Kenya. Mafuta ya Kenya imekuwa dhahabu. Na hii mafuta inaongezwa usiku na mchana. Wanajaribu kudanganya watu ya kwamba vita ya Israeli huko, vita ya Ukraine huko. Sasa utadanganya watu mpaka lini? Na Biblia inasema kuna mwanzo na kuna mwisho. Utadanganya watu hivyo na kuna mwisho. Na baada ya mwisho watu wataanza kukukataa. Unaona Bernard? Kenya hii hatuna viongozi. Viongozi ndio hakuna. Viongozi walikwisha wakati ya Kibaki na Moi. At least hata Moi alikuwa na viongozi wale at least wanaweza kudeliver. Kibaki akakuwa na wale viongozi wanaweza kudeliver. Si wakuwa na viongozi wa kupiga mdomo. Wengine kazi yao ni kujipiga kifua, mimi ni hivi, mimi ni hivi, mimi ni hivi, lakini hauwezi kudeliver. Kwa sababu kudanganya watu, utadanganya mpaka lini? Siku 100, tumia siku 100 useme ya kwamba hii nimefanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Hata barabara moja nimetengeneza. Ushuru inaongezeka, maisha inakuwa juu, lakini ile pesa wanasanya, ujui hiyo pesa inaenda wapi. Na wengi wamekimbilia makanisani. Wengi wamekimbilia makanisani. Na tena kule kwa makanisa kule ndio wanadanganya. So inatakikana watubu. Ile kitu inatakana watubu. Kwa sababu tunaweza sema ya kwamba kwa vile Wakenya walikuwa kichwa ngumu, waliambiwa mwelekeo ni hii na wakufuata hiyo mwelekeo. So tunaona ya kwamba labda Mungu alitupatia kiongozi huyu mubaya atupanish. Unaona Bernard, atupanish kwa sababu tuliambiwa barabara ndio hii. Tukasema tunataka hasala. Sasa Mungu ametupatia kiongozi yule anatupanish. Na sasa aidha turudi kwa miguu chini, tumuombe Mungu atuondolee hii kikombe. Atuondolee kikombe hii. Na tumulilie Mungu sana. Kwa sababu kama hatuwezi kumulilia Mungu, then kwa hii mwaka mmoja tu peke yake na imebakia mwaka 4. Kama hatuwezi kumulilia Mungu, then bado tungali na shida. Kenya tungali na shida. Tumeona wameongeza hata mpaka kitambulisho. Kitambulisho ni mali ya serikali. Kitambulisho ni mali ya serikali. Sasa ukiongeza kitu kwa kitambulisho, uongeze kwa passport, uongeze hata wale watoto wa Kenya wanasaliwa huko nje, uongezee ushuru. Unaona Bernard, hii Kenya tunaelekea mahali pabaya. Tunaona kiongozi hakuna. Ndio mimi nilisema namna hii. Kama baba yako alikuwa mzee wa mtaa, at least utakuwa unaangalia vile baba yako alikuwa anaongoza. Utafinya watu sana. So kwa vile tumefika mahali tumulilie tu Mungu. Mungu peke yake ndiye atatuongoza. Mimi nikiwa hapa Busia niliona hiyo ahadi alitoa hapa Busia. Governor alijaribu kulia kwamba wamsaidie stadium, wajenge stadium. Hiyo stadium haijajengwa. Governor akasema ya kwamba wammalizie barabara. Hiyo barabara haijajengwa. Hata afadhali hii governor yetu angekuwa katika upinzani, tunajua yeye ni mtu mpinzani, si ati kwenda katika serikali ati kutafuta maendeleo. Maendeleo gani sasa anatafuta kwa serikali? Hiyo ahadi aliahidi hapa Busia, hakuna hata hiyo ahadi hata nukta moja ametekeleza. Na kwa hiyo serikali yake tuseme yeye ndiye yako overall, yeye ndiye anaamua hii inakwisha. Lakini wao wabunge wote wamenyamaza, hawezi kumkosoa katika hiyo mkutano yake yao hiyo, hawezi kumkosoa ya kwamba rais huyu anafanya makosa namna hii. Na mimi najua ya kwamba kura ikiitwa saa hii labda yeye atarudi kwa njia ya mkato, lakini hii grupu ingine hii yote hawatarudi kwa sababu tayari watu wamewachoka na maisha imefika mwisho kwa watu. Hata kura ikiitwa saa hii kura wakitangaza kura saa hii hawatapata kura. Hao viongozi wote wenye wamechaguliwa wote hawatapata kura kwa sababu wataenda hata kuitisha mkutano wapi? Hakuna mkutano mahali wanaenda kuitisha mkutano. Mahali mkutano iko kwa makanisa. Makanisa ndio iko na mkutano, wanaenda kwa kanisa kule watoe siasa yao huko. Lakini hata wakiita mkutano kwa uwanja kwa stadium yoyote, hakuna mtu ataenda kwenda, hakuna mtu yoyote ataenda huko kwa sababu ladha yao imekwisha. So ndio bena ninasema ya kwamba Kenya hii tumuombe tu Mungu mwenyewe ndiye atatuondolea hii kikombe. Once akituondolea hii kikombe, utawala inakwisha. Hii utawala inakwisha Bernard. Kunakuwa na mwanzo na mwisho, kila kitu kina wakati wake. So Bernard, sina mengi ya kusema, mubarikiwe na hayo.
Asante Undumane, na kutuma unifanyie uchunguzi. Naambiwa Otuoma anafanya wizi huko, so tutaanza vipindi za intercounty politics. We need to know what's happening, tusipigwe na Butua kama vile tumepigwa na watu wa Meru. So wewe uko kwa ground, na nimeona watu kadhaa hapa wa Busia, munifanyie uchunguzi. Busia inaendelea ama bado nilikuja Kingandole nikakwama na gari? So mnaambie barabara matengeneza ama nisikuje, kwa sababu hiyo story ya mvua kidogo tunakwama. Tunafika kwa mkutano suti iko na matope.
Bernard, nakwambia hapa Busia hakuna kitu ya maana hapa Busia. Tunashindwa na hiyo kaunti imetushinda ni ya Bungoma, Vihiga na Kakamega. Na Vihiga haiko katika mpaka. Hapo wanasanya pesa mingi hapa kwa mipaka hapa. Lakini hii mipaka hii pesa inaenda kwa mifuko ya watu. Ukiona huko Busia hapa town, utaona tu hapa town imeparara. Lakini huko nje watu wamejenga manyumba kubwa kubwa. Unashinda mtu katika wakati ya municipal council alikuwa na basikili. Wakati ya municipal council, county council alikuwa na basikili. Sasa watu wanaendesha magari ile ya miguu kubwa kubwa. So ikifika hiyo wakati Bernard, tutasungumusa. Kama ni siasa ya Busia, tutapiga siasa ya Busia.
Asante, nashukuru. Nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Hebu nione katika voting tumefika wapi. Nataka kila mmoja awe mstari wa mbele kutoa maoni yake, jinsi anavyoona mambo na jinsi vile tunavyopiga siasa zetu. Mada ya leo tunaangazia kwa masuala ya Wakenya na ujumbe wa William Ruto. Wakenya wengi wamekana kwamba kile William Ruto alikuwa anazungumzia hawakielewi, hawajui kimetoka wapi, kwa sababu hiyo Kenya anayozungumzia hawaijui, kwa kuwa hii Kenya wako ndani ni tofauti na ile ya ujumbe wake. Sijui wewe unaonaje? And then of course the poll question we are asking tonight is are Kenyans better off now than they were before the elections? Are Kenyans better off now than they were before the elections? Okay, here we go. 113 people have cast their vote on Sound Candid Talk, and the outcome is 12% say yes and 88% say no. Okay, so according to the verdict of our poll on Sound Candid Talk is that 114 people have cast their vote and 88% agree that wherever 88% say Kenyans are worse off now than they were before the elections, meaning the Zakayo regime has made life hell for Kenyans. Well, let's keep going. Alex, how are you today?
Niko vizuri Bernard. Lazima niweke simu
Yeah,
karibu na mdomo.
I think this is the video you asked for. Let me see.
Tunangoja kwa hapa bunge, tunangoja yule jamaa, tunangoja yule jamaa kuja hapa akuje kutupatia uongo zake kama kawaida. Wakenya tuliamua tujiingize kwa noma na umse na mtu ajali stori za Wakenya. Naona ameamua hata kuongeza bei ya kuoana. Ameshindwa kutengeneza kazi Kenya, vijana wameamua kutafuta kazi majuu. Ameamua sasa hao vijana ndio waweze kwenda majuu, lazima wamtolee pia kakitu. Ile pesa walikuwa nalipa ya kuchukua passport, pesa ya passport ilikuwa ni 4,500, lakini Zakayo kisiagi ya uongo ameongeza tena pesa ya kuchukua passport. Yeye ndiye ameshindwa kutengeneza makazi huku, ameshindwa kutengeneza kazi, vijana wameamua waende ng'ambo, ameongeza bei ya passport by a whole 3,000 shillings. Na pia amesema kama unataka kuoa ni kitu mbaya sana. Amesema lazima umchotee 100 ndio uweze kuoa. Hiyo mahari unapelekea parents in law, ameamua lazima ipige tax. Apige hiyo mahari tax by kuongeza bei ya kuoana. Pia ameamua hata kama unaenda kuchukua ID, umemaliza form 4, hata kama mzazi hajiwezi, ameamua lazima uchote thao. Na ukipigwa ngeta upoteze ID, lazima pia ulipe 2,000 kureplace hiyo ID. Hata mtu akikufa pia ameongeza bei ya kukuandikia death certificate. Hiyo inaitwa death certificate. Ameongeza bei ya mafuta, ameongeza bei ya education, ameongeza. Alafu wewe uko hapo bado unaendelea kusema Hasla atabadilisha hii nchi. Ndio tunasema hivi, tuungane, tushikane, isituchukue hii opportunity tumepata ya kumsukuma nyumbani 27 aende akiendanga, na tusimpatie chance nyingine, cause really hatuwezi endelea kusafa hivi. Juzi ameita ma MP wa Kenya Kwanza, akawaambia au ma MP wakamwambia mkubwa, kumeharibika, Wakenya wanalia, sisi ground imeharibika, tutafanyaje? Unajua huo msee aliwaambia nini sababu ya kiburi na ajali kitu nyinyi mnafikiria? Aliwaambia sasa si time ya kukua popular, sasa ni time ya kufanya kazi. Na mtu ana complain about cost of living na chama yake, kama anataka aende Azimio. Huyo ndio mtu tunaita rais wa nchi hii. Ameamua kufrustrate wa Kenya, ameamua kuharass wa Kenya, na sisi wale tunaongea ukweli hivi vile naona Suna ataanza kutuondoa, lakini hatuogopi, sababu mimi ni mtu nilikaa ofisi yake, nikaona vile alikuwa empathetic, nikaona vile alikuwa anaonea watu huruma, ana support mahasla. Kumbe ilikuwa ni kuweka tu kipindi aingie kazi. Ameingia kazi, sasa amewageuka. Leo wacha pia tuingie, tusikize hiyo kisiagi ya uongo vile itatuambia. Kwa wale wanatoka kisiagi etinga yobolimo. Yani mtu ambaye kazi yake ni kupepeta tu mauongo. Hata hiyo ndiyo atatuambia tu leo. Acha tungoje tusikie atasemaje. Haya, mkuwe na siku njema.
Haya, Alex, kisiaki metinga.
That sometimes me check that even the people who worked closely with him are now vulnerable and are able to speak things that I never expected. Anybody who remember how my friend Kibagendi used to tell huyu jamaa, especially the issue of Hustler Nation, Hustler Fund? Hey, vintu vichenjanga Bernard. And that's the surprise of politics. However, I want to do 2 comments. The first one is the issue of Kawira.
Alex, it's like I'm not getting you. Is it me?
You can't hear me now?
Bana dinyo uko na shida. Hata uko na eko mbaya.
Kamwene, are you able to get Alex?
100%. Mimi namusikia. Si anaongea story ya Kibagendi na Kawira Mwangaza.
Alex.
Bernard, can you mute?
Alex, you need to restart your gadget.
No. Ako sawa Bernard. Ako sawa. Ni wewe microphone yako inakaa kisiagi.
We can't get you. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being part and parcel of the great conversation on Sound Candid Talk. We're here looking at Kenyans reject Ruto State of the Nation address. It's out of touch with reality in their calls for mass action by university students. Is this the way to go and save this country? And then, of course, the flying president is on another flight to Saudi Arabia to talk again. And so somebody say on the 40th flight, and the year is not yet over. And so you notice that he runs away from problems. After he gets the country into problems, he jumps on the plane and runs away. So now that he knew we are going to be investigating the Kina people he claims to have made phone calls and inquired about the impact of his presidency on their lives, something is amiss in the country. He doesn't want the investigation to find him here that he was lying. And so he runs to the next flight, to the next nation, looking for God knows what. All the same, thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep the conversation going. Hakikisha umelike video tafadhali, and I need updates on the likes on the video on both channels, and then, of course, the verdict of the poll. Thank you so much. Alex, you are back. I hope
I think, Bernard,
you're better off.
I think there's also something on your end, because when others like public participation was speaking, we could hear them.
Yeah, I cleaned the burger. I can now get you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me go direct to Kawira Mwangaza. I think there was an original plan that UDA had, but it backfired. It backfired so terribly that I think now the support that you could see for Mwangaza was also the support that you saw on the Senate floor on kicking Moses Kuria out. Then it turns out that also Moses Kuria was also involved in making sure that this lady stays there, because they have started seeing now a sense of mindfulness that the purpose of Ruto as a person and as his regime is to make sure that he finishes the Kikuyu community and the leadership completely. He chose the current leadership, and he thought that they were wary and they did not have foresight. So somehow, most of them have come to the reality of what is happening. As you heard Kibagendi say, some of the leaders have gone to him and told him that the ground has totally refused. it looks like every other person that I do trust within the mountain, what they are saying is that the ground is completely shifted. Just to affirm that, yesterday Shiko was here, even said that her mother even said that sasa tutafanya nini, and Shiko told her mother that the only way ni tuombe Mungu auwe huyu mtu. And you can see now the desperacy of the same people who played the hustler narrative are now bogged to what we call a dead end. The story of Kawira Mwangaza is sad because somebody like Kiraitu Murungi is using his own personal money. The man is a spent force from how he handles himself. In the election moments, he was not able to make a decision which faction to support to the very late. He later on endorsed Azimio, but the next week he went back to what? To Azimio, and you could see a true flip-flopper. And that's not a man that can be trusted. It meant that the people had to make a decision. And I think the people made the decision because this woman had foreseen the coming situation and that hegemony, that manhood hegemony, or what public participation has been telling us. If you could look at the people who were supporting Kawira, it was across the rainbow. I was surprised to hear what Milia Diambo was speaking during the interview or the debate in the morning show. And when you see Milia Diambo so sensationally tied to something, and you can hear or you can understand that there is a reason she's doing that. There's a voice of Baba there. And I've tried to listen to Kumekucha the last 3 days, Bernard. The politics of Mount Kenya is going to change. I never believed it. I just had stuck my mind to a point and said, these are Tugegas, they will never. But it looks like the very person that was used to divide the Kikuyus is the very person again that will be used, unfortunately, to do what? To bring the Kikuyus together. Whether it was by coincidence or by design that he met Maina Njenga at the corridors of the 4th of State, because they did not plan the meeting, but they met. And Mr. Kuria decided that they must take a picture. It looks like that's a very calculative politician who takes moments and options to make sure that he sends a strong message. If you could listen to Jeriot's voice and tone and underlining, you could feel a heavy hate of that young Kalenjin man towards Moses Kuria. Now, before Moses Kuria was taken out to the seat of trade, Moses decided to be political, total political. And the last straw that he threw was in Siaya, where he gave a long story of the struggle against the Kanu regime and the current state of this regime, which has become also like a sort of Kanu regime. When he went to Mombasa, you could hear him. And before that, he had gone to Kisii. And my man there, Simbarati, had said something before that the person that informed him that he has been chosen to be the deputy leader in ODM was Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria called him and told him congratulations. How would Simbarat not know? But the man Moses Kuria already knew, and I don't believe that was the truth. But he was trying also to play politics there. Simba was trying to play the national politics, and he was actually repudiating the current regime and telling them that you may think Moses Kuria only has friends on your side, that making sure that he has gone out of that post will mean that that is the end of him. Actually, Moses is more with us than is with what? So the issues Moses Kuria has complicated the politics of Ruto originally as it was. Now, the other is the issue of Mr. Deputy President. The Deputy President, hata umeweka hapa nini videos nyingi, yalikubaliana na Ruto that this man should never step to State House again because he's the problem. But having seen that man, mitego yake na Ruto haifanyi kazi, yake ndio haifanyi kazi, ya Ruto inafanya kazi because Ruto keep, you know what, inviting that man to State House, according to Gachagua. It shows that Gachagua has also to play the politics that is different. And the politics that he started, you may think it was not a good politics, but in the end, it may not be him to perpetuate that politics. But the rallying call for the people of the mountain to see that the clarion call is their unity. And that unity is the only thing that can save them now from the jaws of this challenging man. I think it has penetrated. You've seen Maina Njenga do it to a point that sometimes I fear, is this the resonance of Mungiki? But then I think it's the underlying of the frustrations that are going on, whereby they don't know what to do and they accept that they made a mistake. So I think Kawira had to be saved to show Ruto that this is not the time you think that you can put us off the way you have started. And I think Azimio took advantage to be calling that clarion call together with the people. But I don't think in their mind they were really supporting who? They were really supporting the UDA propaganda. But I was shocked the words that my friend Sifuna made in the Senate. Was he real, or he was playing the ball so that the angry Kenyans may not be able to understand them? I think high game politics was played there. Sifuna did very good politics, high stake politics of fooling the UDS. And now that after the state of national lies, not addressed, Bernard, the state of national lies has been finished. Now Kenyans can simply look at this man Ruto through the spectrum of truth and find that the man is bogus, mendacious, and he has no iota of what the Kenyans are going through. This is the moment whereby people take advantage. And the advantage they might take is that once we see our brothers Kikuyus united saying no to this man, it doesn't matter the past, but what do we as Kenyans look together to find a remedy of the problem that we brought together? I don't believe that God put Ruto there to, to censure us. I think it was our decision through a few people who are not informed. But Bernard, going on forth, I think the older generation in the Mount Kenya, the older generation within the Kalenjin community have been crying, and I've seen that this was total hogwash and bullshit on their side to eat the lies that that they thought were truth. I think now they are watching Uhuru's speeches more, and in that they're realizing that this country is headed on a brink of darkness that we've never seen ourselves from. But it doesn't matter who will save us now from this. I think they are looking from all angles. You saw Baba give his speech the other day, say, wakati tulikuwa tunaenda maandamano, walisema hawa watu wanafanya nini? Wanatetea biashara yao. Saa hii hiyo biashara imeenda wapi? Ndio mfanya nini? Mkuje kuniambia tuende maandamano. You know, Baba make a sarcastic statement there, which was, all those who are crying for their businesses, they don't have the businesses anymore. They are crying now for maandamano. What should we do? That is the question, Bernard, moving forward. And I wish we could take it from there and now together start speaking instead of blaming each other. Thank you, Bernard.
Excellent. Thank you so much for tying up those knots. And no doubt we are in a very precarious place as a country. And it said that desperate moments call for desperate measures. More than ever before, we need those drastic measures undertaken as fast as possible. And I think from your analysis and from the communication by Kibaki and the Member of Parliament about the parliamentary group meeting at State House, then the tone of the mouthpieces of Zakayo in the Senate, the weight is becoming heavier and heavier with every passing day. And so they see, I think they underrated the whole situation. And now wako karibu could throw in the towel. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. Kamwene Sans.
How are you, Bernard? Habari yako?
Niko salama. Hii Kamwene umeanzana nayo lini?
Yeah, that Kamwene has to stay there. You know, its vision is clear. Kamwene is there today, tomorrow, and the next day. So Kamwene is our way to go.
Who is Kamwene?
You know, Kamwene ni vugu. You see, we said we have to start a movement and the gatherings which can still sensitize people and can still tell people to get away of Ruto yokes. So Kamwene is one of that groupings, those formations, which will be very effective in our niches. So we will expand it even to your area. So Kamwene will not be a Mount Kenya thing alone. You might soon see it in Kakamega. So Kamwene is growing big, I can tell you. Ukiniona niko hapo, hata sina manifesto yao by the way, but it is blossoming.
I won't argue with that one. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to comment briefly. I never like talking about Ruto, so but umefanya vizuri, umetuletea huyo Chibagendi hapo. But I blame such leaders. Bwana Alex, you will forgive me. Chibagendi is one of the unvisionary people in our nation, and I will say that clearly. Yeah, it is good for him what he is saying that, but mimi kuna kitu nasemanga. If somebody, unless he was opportunist, he wanted to get power manini, but the fact that Chibagendi worked with Ruto, I don't, na hiyo ni vitu mimi nasema hapa by the way, and Bwana Alex, I will not mince my word saying these things. Nitasema because Ruto character has not gotten destroyed today. Mimi nasemanga by the way, and maybe munisamee. Mimi hata nikikuitisha date although I will not ask for date for now. And I realize that wewe ulikuwa mtu ya Ruto. I'm unable to progress because there is a possibility so many other decisions could be wrong. So many other decisions. And those are the things we want to confirm here. Tusiseme ati there are few people. Any person who can vote for Ruto and they know how this man has been trading, don't even have a business deal with those people. It's unfortunate, maybe Bwana Alex nasema these are people, either they are very ignorant or they are rotten to the core. Those are the, because you don't need an explanation to be told who Ruto is. It is obvious if you give Ruto anything, it will not succeed. Hatujakuja kujua sahi. Some of us, it is not news what is happening in Kenya. We knew this is what will happen. So Ruto, hapa hakuna news. Me, I'm not amused. As long as Ruto is in power, the trajectory in which our nation is, I'm not expecting for any miracles. And that's why some of us, we are saying we are prepared anaweza fikisha mafuta ile level anataka, because that is who he is. He is a destructive crown. So who you see at the, so that's why I always try to, any person who has associated with Ruto either today or in the past, I'm unable to associate with those people because I know those people could also be opportunist in their way of thinking. And even if Chibagendi is telling us some of these things he is telling us, but I would like to interrogate him further towards his future thinking and how he handles life as a whole. Because if somebody cannot be able, if somebody can associate with Ruto, there is a problem with that person. So yes, we always say that there is freedom of association, but I always take
Kamwene, twende polepole tafadhali. Najua wewe ni mtu ambaye ni engineer na msomi anaheshimika. Don't turn an example into a subject. That's number one. Number two, discussing a personality other than providing the required leadership. Hiyo inaanza kusema Kamwene sio vuguvugu la kujenga nchi, ni vuguvugu la kudiscuss watu. Lastly, who has not associated with Ruto?
And
I agree. Ruto was with Moi. Ruto was with everyone. So please.
And na kama wewe umeassociate na yeye, I will start disassociating with you. For real, because
I'm asking who has not, including you. You are even associating with him right now. When you discuss
I cannot associate with that guy. I cannot associate with that guy. Let me tell you. At least that is one thing which I thank God of. Like at least in my many decisions I've made in life, including some very bad ones. In the many decisions I've made, including even some not very good decisions, at least sijameki here. I'm very proud of myself. Like I'm very proud of myself.
No, let's not vilify people because of the associations. And also the dynamics of politics are such that you may love relationships, kiss a lot of frogs before you end up with a prince. So
but you need, focus. Okay, Bernard, but you need to know you might kiss so many frogs, lakini frog ya mwisho ikukwamilie ushindo na kutoa mdomo.
No, labda upate homa nyingi tu kwa sababu ya hiyo, lakini
anyway, okay, away from that. So let's talk about what is happening in the nation now. Sasa, there is so many drastic changes, and that is why we said here, Ruto was not coming to govern Kenya. Ruto was coming to change Kenya as we know it. And for your information, Ruto is not changing Kenya because that is his objective. Ruto is working for somebody. We have to be clear about this. And I want to be clear. There is somebody who wants Kenyan dynamics changing. Why? Because Ruto is so determined in breaking our rural fabric, the way we have been living. We have been living a life which has not been, especially in the rural setup, which has not been very much economic driven. Our rural setup has been, you can be in the villages, you don't have a job, but your children can go to school, unaweza babanya na huko kidogo, you can do something, you can get something. But now this guy has made life so difficult, even in the rural areas. And that making is for somebody beyond him. Yes, they're in cahoot, they're in the shares. Wewe unataka uongozi, sisi tunataka hivi. So they are two people in a symbiotic relationship whereby one is so much into ruling and the other one is so much into changing our societal fabric as we know it. And that is one thing which, Bernard, we need to start knowing here. It is not about Ruto in Kenya. It's about changing our way of lifestyle and now changing that lifestyle and economizing it, making it an economy. You know, in Africa, there is so much in kind economy we enjoy. And some people are not happy when they can see our children, some of our children, they don't have good clothes na wako kwa mahospitali. Sometimes watoto wetu wanacheza na huko kwa barabara kwa matope awagonjeki. So there are some people who want to evaluate all that thing and they want to make it an economy. Those are the things which we have also to start evaluating. You know, in some societies, you know very much. They have made everything to be an economy. Immediately umetoka tu kwa nyumba, pesa inaanzia kujihesabu. Just from the Alex can tell you where he lives. Ukifunga tu nyumba tu hivyo, you start counting money. So, and Africa is not built that way. Africa is built on a cultural value whereby we are able to coexist with each other and benefiting from zile vitu Mungu alituumbia. And even if the government will abandon you, you can still be able to have your own life. But Ruto is creating a system whereby if you don't depend on the government, you will die. We are that society, as we are not like foreigners, we are not like the Western countries where you have to road everything to the government. As we do not rely on the government. Sisi, how many people go in the villages, go in places like Turkana? Kuna watu hata hapo kitambo, hata ungeuliza mtu president ya Kenya ni nani, ama Moi ya Kenya ni nani, as the many used to say that time, awangesema chochote. Right now, everybody is so glued to who is the president of Kenya, what is happening, what is changing, because this guy is even coming to change the lifestyle in your bedroom. This guy, you want even to change what is happening in to everything of your lifestyle. This is our Hitler moment, and I want to say it here. And if you read the history well, exactly what Ruto is doing were the same visions which people like Hitler had, to control people and control them in masses and in big numbers, everybody. The mirror of Hitler and modern day leaders wengine wale tunapata is about how do I control you, and that is the script which Ruto is using. So Ruto kazi yake hata akiwa kwa State House, what next can I do to these idiots? What next can I do to these idiots? That is how he sees us. He sees us in a lens of manipulation and making things difficult and difficult and difficult. And we cannot accept that lifestyle. Now, we enter Raila Odinga, who has given his explanation of what is happening. And some of these things which we are trying to say that they need to change, it is not rocket science. Those things we never used to do. Uhuru Kenyatta was not doing these things. Kibaki, marehemu, hakuwa anafanya hizi vitu. So, how comes that hii serikali ya Ruto ndio imejua pesa inahitaji kuokotwa from all walks of life? And they are doing all these things without even consulting people, without even asking people, what do you want with your life? And that is why we are now saying any government which does not consult people and ask for approval for anything, it is a dictatorship. That is the definition of dictatorship in the simple slate. And if hata wewe bana desai, sababu najua uko na mke na watoto, hata kama hujai nionyesha wao, but I know that wewe kwa nyumba yako, if some things you will not consult your wife, you are a dictator. Even if the culture has positioned you that hizi vitu mwanaume anaweza fanya, but in our societal setup there must be an agreement. Unaambia bibi, hapa tutafanya hivi, mwende ama Simiyu tutampeleka hii shule, sasa muna debate kidogo, hapana hataenda Chavakali, tutapeleka yeye hii akina Alex imepatikana ikikope mtihani, lakini tutampeleka hiyo at least apite haraka. So you see, there must be an agreement and discussion. That's what I'm saying. So a government cannot just implement things without consulting you people. You now become subsidiaries. And actually that government does not deserve to be there. And some of the people, including hata wale ambao wanasema we had the best election in human history, some of those people, including foreigners, wale wanatusukumilia serikali kama hiyo, hata wao wenyewe kwao, they cannot support such a government. They are so bad people. Yani, somebody is wishing you something cannot wish even for his people. How maambassador hao wanasema ati Kenya ni imekuwa sasa huru na watu wazuri. Hao watu zile vitu wanatusukumilia kama wa Kenya, and they are our enemies, and we have to start speaking as it is. Wanatutakia hata zile vitu yeye mwenyewe. If his own people in their countries had a leader like Ruto, they will not accept. But for us as Kenyans, they have no problem with us having somebody like that one, somebody who is changing our lives, somebody who is doing the worst. Lastly, on Kibagendi issue, the subject matter, you see, there's no any discovery we are making about Ruto. Hakuna discovery hapa. This is who he is, and he will continue being this way. And it is so unfortunate. I don't know, and we have now to start. I have good, encouraging friends who are good, but we have now to start interrogating Bwana Bernard. Haiwezekani we get two leaders from encouraging community, and the functional domain is almost the same. The functional domain is almost the same, with this one being the worst. Yani, in 1992, we saw our economy slumping. Hiyo ndio ile siku hata walitutolea noti ya 500. The Kenyan currency was functioning very well. Tulikuanga tunasema pound. We used to use pound, by the way, pound. Like one Kenya, 20 shilling, 1 pound. That's why hiyo pound ilitoka. We used to call 20 shillings pound. There was a time when 20 shillings was 1 pound. Hata our local language tulikuwa tunaitanga pound. But this encouraging man came into power. Our shilling started cramping, and descending to unimaginable levels. To the extent they had even to give us a note of 1,000. This encouraging man, he did that. We now have another encouraging man who is very authoritarian, by the way, and they need to know that this is not a encouraging community they are ruling. It is not an iron fist. I understand there are some of the cultural issues. We might want to propagate them as a national agenda. But we need to know that we cannot only be having an authoritarian lifestyle of a thing, whereby wewe ndiye kusema, you cannot be told anything, you cannot ask anyone. Now, nimesikia Alex akisema vizuri hapa, ati Tugege wanaweza bandirika, and some people. This is what I want to say, maybe especially when it comes to that region. This is the only way in which Tugege can change. Number one, if we want Tugege to change, we have to purpose on new leadership. From how watu wote tunasema ati ni viongozi wa Mount Kenya, those people are not leaders. Anyone who helped Ruto to become a leader or is within his cahoot, hao wote mnasema akina Moses Kuria, akina nani, those people do not warrant qualities of being leaders, whether they are running now or they are running yesterday. So we now have to get new, fresh blood. We have people who can think. Tuko na watu. And the mistakes which we have been having is we have always been putting opportunists as our leaders. Hawa akina Moses Kuria, they are opportunists. Sio vitu zingine, ni watu wa kuangalia vile watu wanasikia, and then they start swinging on those directions. They are not people who are stable, and they can help community to make the right decision when it is necessary. That is the problem we have. Kiongozi ni yule ambaye anasaidia jamii to the extent that tunaitanga damadia, a dragon. When you see a dragon as a leader, you are supposed to tell people, hey, the dragon is appearing. Please hide for your life. That is who a leader is. But a leader who will see a dragon and is driving you towards the dragon, that is not a leader. So to me, how watu wote sio viongozi. So what we need in the future, we have to start monitoring carefully. Any person who has ever associated, and I will use this one without mincing my one, hata kama bana nataki nitumie hii one, any person who has ever associated with Ruto, has ever helped Ruto, should not be our leader. We have to start denouncing those people. It is we better take fresh people, what are they do not have very serious political mileage, but those people can think, they know what our communities are up to, lakini not people who will do a second auctioning to us, to another person. Because watu kama Ruto wajaisha, we will be having such people, because we still have people with corrupt money in Kenya. These people will try to assemble in the future again to get power. But we cannot start fronting people like Moses Kuria to be our leaders. They are not. We have fresh people. We have people who can think. So what I'm calling for is thinkers and people who can see with vision. Because tungekuwa na watu walikuwa wanaona mbele, even in this Mount Kenya region, hatungekuwa hapa. So Bernard, wacha nimalizie hapo sababu naona umeanzia kupata kiwewe. Najua utakange kusikia nikiongea sana because
your point is made. Your point is made. Thank you. And Alex has a rebut for you. Alex, take it.
Yeah. Bernard, thank you for giving me the opportunity to reply to the panel, not to Njiro, because I don't want it to be back and forth. First of all, I thank Baba for his visionary leadership that has hurt us in some ways, but we've been able to take in some things that nobody can ever understand. Let me start from here, Bernard. The reason Baba called Azimio La Umoja, because he knew people like me exist. And who am I? I'm one person who could never have wanted to work with Kalonzo, come rain, come sunshine. He stole our ODM certificate. We became homeless for about 6 months without an ODM party, but only God, by his grace, we were able to be rescued. I will never, and I will never work with Martha Karua outside Baba. That one I guarantee you. She stole our election. She abused us for many years, and she did things that whenever I remember, I can't want to remember or imagine. Uhuru Muigai stole our election twice, to a point that the Supreme Court had to say something that made history globally. Here we have somebody who wants to remind us that anybody that has worked with Ruto, you will make our demons come out. Let me be very honest here. In this platform, there is a say that the biggest problem we have today is the Kikuyus and the leadership. There is that. And we never want to go there. Because if you want to go there, you are going to unmask what will never bring us together. So this issue of being personal, tafadhali Njiru iweke chini, because if we start also to unmask, you will find so many enemies in that country. Baba said it, and he reminded he has only lost one election, 1997, and we believe that. Take it to the bank. So if vitu kidogo kidogo kama Kibakendi, do you know how much Kioni used to abuse Baba? Do you know that? And we are still working with him. We want even to make him the minority leader. We want to make him a minority leader because our mindset has been revamped, re-engineered by Baba that don't make political enemies. Don't criminalize people for political association. I can greet Ruto, not that I agree with him, because Baba confuses me. He goes to State House, but baadaye tena anatuambia ukweli kabisa. Like yesterday, he was in some German platform where he was and Kalonzo was invited. What happened then? Baba was very categorical. He said, I have lost only election one. He has never lost his vision, but that does not make him, as a statesman, not to work with the people to make Kenya great again. So if we want to be petty and start saying anybody who was, people can change mind and they have right, great people change their minds. That was said by Mandela when people could not understand why he did what he did. Today, people like Malema are there because of people like Mandela. So let us be sensitive. Don't put black and white politics. Let us be grayish sometimes, able to take what is most hurting. That's the only way we can forge this country ahead. But if we want to unmask everything, it will bring out things that will never bring us together, Mr. Njiru. I'm telling you the truth. 2005 was the darkest day for me. Not only because Baba alibiwa, nyumba yetu ilichomwa. Sita yangu alikatasha kupewa mahuduma and she was pregnant. because tribalism was at the core. So we must get out of those pettiness. Right now, what we want is what Malema said yesterday. How can we get an African court can resolve African issues, taking dictators like Ruto out of power without using the West, because the West has put dictators here so that they can milk us. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you. And, you know, there is something Babu Wino said yesterday that the Duale bill that changed the system of electing student leaders at the university. He said that law was made because of an individual, and for that matter, it's problematic. Our moving forward will require us to think Kenya and be concerned about this country. But if we go for personalities and think that it has to be specific so and so for this to happen, we miss the point by far. Our history is clear. It's only when we come together that great things happen to this country. No single personality has ever made this country move forward, make giant steps forward, than when we all get together. Our greatest enemy is that taking advantage of. And then, of course, having those betrayers who would want to turn the country into their clique and for their clique. But if we all embraced the Kenyan holistic approach, we go through tough times successfully. Look the way the Uhuru Kenyatta led the fight against whatever, not the fight, where during COVID, okay? During COVID, it was all holistic. Everybody, despite the fact that Ruto and Tangatanga were on the other side, the way the cabinet was working and the counties were working and the coordination and all that, it eased the whole issue about the COVID-19, and I think would have had worst impact if it was not well coordinated as it was to that degree. And so I think the more divided we are, the worse we are as a people. Let us look for how to work together. And Azimio la Umoja is all about umoja. Na huu umoja lazima kuwe na kusameheana huko ndani, kukubaliana huko ndani, kukosoana huko ndani, na kuvumiliana pia. So tusiseme eti kama ilikwenda hivi haijawahi enda hivi, so lazima iwe hivi. No, it is important for the sake of the country. Now, Kamwene, I will not give you right of reply. I think you have had enough English. But it is some minutes to 1 a.m. So if I drop out, just make sure we don't go beyond 6 hours. I know you uko hapa na long range. Tusikilize a non-script, alafu maunga, and then you can now open the other chapter. But please, let's do justice to the topic of the day. Let's not divert too much until the title doesn't look like what we said. Hiyo discipline ya kukaa katikati ya a topic ni muhimu. I don't want us to fall into the trap of having catch titles and speak nothing about the same. Let's prosecute what is there to its best conclusion. Sawa. Okay, so we'll take a short commercial break, and then when we return, a non-scripts will be bringing their non-scripts. I hope he has brought a lot of them. Tengeneza kamera vizuri tujue picha gani tunatumia Gachagua na non-scripts ni nani. Wanakoroga katiba ya wafaidi.
ameuza mayai, huyu hatatuelewa. Anajua shida, huyu hatatuelewa. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Huyu hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Hasa ndio wetu, ndio wetu, ndio wetu. Huyu
They say when the wind blows, the anus of the chicken gets exposed. And Mr. President, I want to tell you, your security team is exposed. Your minister for security was only 5 kilometers away from what happened yesterday. Is that true or false?
True.
It is true. It is the guns that carry bullets. So, Mr. President, we should be arresting the guns, not arresting the cameras. Bandits use sophisticated weapons. So probably what Ken has done is to show us how those sophisticated weapons are being used to undermine the security of this country. I was shocked 2 days ago when I saw a suspect of the white chopper, the mysterious white chopper, stand next to you. And it looks like we are actually doomed. I don't know. I'm losing my cool. But well, the message is home. The wind has blown. The anus of the chicken has been exposed. But these bandits are actually using that middle finger on us. Using that middle finger on the security apparatus. And let's not enjoy it. Let's not enjoy it.
A non-script, take it.
Oh yes, sir. How are you? How are you? How is?
We are good. We can get you.
Maybe you can pronounce the name of the lady.
Maunga.
Oh.
You want to tell me with all those Jaramogi speaks you can.
and who is on your right? He keeps changing.
Hiyo ni kama Renaissance.
Nangojea story ya IBC. Nangojea story ya IBC hapa.
I think your name requires substantiation.
David Angwenyu will tell you more. Kuna jamaa hapo ananigonga sana.
You want me to mispronounce it so that it gets another different meaning than what it is. How is Bernard? Kenyan is around and Alex. Well, let me make some brief comments. I did hear Bernard say that stick to the topic. I think the topics must be very many down here. Can see Bible Media, Kibali Lounge. There is, if you like it, we share.
Your problem is a non-script. Okay? Unakuja na ile jina ambayo mpaka unaanza kutuchanganya.
I'm trying to identify the topic you want us to focus on. The one on M-Pesa, I'm sure.
Oh, that one. Don't omit that one.
But Bernard, you have to understand unknown. That's why he's unknown.
See, Donio tunasema, this is part of the Samaritan, was it Athens, to the unknown altar, to the unknown God. So this man must still be looking for the right God.
I'm trying to find. I'm taking you. You had cautioned that we stick to the topic. So
the topic is right on top of your screen. If you can't follow what is happening,
I can see sound candid talk. That is the one on top, and then I can. The next one is
You are taking too much time. Can you
No
land?
script. Let's just talk
I'll
about
direct
sound
you.
candid talk then, if that's the topic that you're seeing. Let's just talk about it.
The one starting with the reject, is it? Well,
make your brief remarks, please.
My brief remarks are like this. The current regime has brought us to a level whereby there are so many social issues which requires attention, and with them have also come social challenges. Now, I think somebody did mislead the current regime that they need to change this country, the Singapore way. Somebody thinks that they can make call it, is it middle income or that kind of a country overnight? It cannot happen overnight. And as much as people say that you suffer the pain and then follows the good things, that may be true. But the route to these things, becoming a first world country, they are never the same. All these things, even the people of Singapore, they did not borrow whatever they did from somewhere. So you can talk about the Asian tigers, but the truth of the matter is that you cannot follow their scripts the way they were and hope to get somewhere. All these countries across the world, each country have got their unique needs, unique people, unique culture, unique every other thing. Now, trying to completely put Kenyan social issues into serious disarray the way it is happening. And I think Kenyans have also come to a point whereby it's like, Bernard, the other day I was talking about lamentations, and that maybe there are so many people just lamenting, and the way forward is left for God, to God for us all. Lamenting. The land of lamentations instead of, okay, there's a book of lamentations. Now, how do we move on from all this? And more we keep receiving more and more battering. These taxation measures, I didn't know that it's like every other person, people are all completely helpless about these things. Does it mean that if you have a ruler, or if you have things that you do not like, how exactly are we supposed to go about them? Do you see now the security issues? You don't like the way they are being handled. The life cost of living issues, you don't like the way they are being handled. The taxation measures, you don't like the way they are being handled. Literally, there is nothing at all that anybody would like about this current regime. Yet, what you hear more of lamentations, don't talk about governance, because that one was forgotten a long time ago. Now, these other social issues which are affecting you and me, right to your whole social life as a human being, where would the solutions come from? Now, it is so distressing that if you have a problem with your court system, call it the judiciary, you have a problem with the parliament, the so-called arms of government, you have a problem with the executive, the so-called the first, the second, the third, the fourth, there is fourth, and I think now the media, they are calling it the fourth estate, is it? Yeah, maybe. Now, if nothing is going right with any of these people, you remember the religious section. I think there was some religious release papers regarding on what's going on, which I think most of them are also trying to bank on the issue of the so-called State of the Nation address. You listen to what the religious team, I think the Catholic bishops released. Everything, they are like appealing, they are begging. Why can't we do this and this? Why don't we compromise on this and this? Why don't we go slow on this and this? Now, for some of us, the last the serious days of the past, when the religious bodies would take a stand, there were demands. There were demands. There were all demands which put a lot of pressure on the regime that they would not ignore them. But look at the way the religion fraternity are putting forward their cases, which they are trying to plead with the people, the rulers, to do X, Y, Z, do this and that, do this and that. It's like they are begging them. Why don't they put demands? Huh? I would really wish we get the days of the Muges and the guitarists and the Okulus. If they have seen things and they have a point on, they have seen what things are going wrong, you don't have to beg. You don't have to beg. Put demands. That way it will lead to some action, reaction, maybe in the positive direction. This issue about according to me, all these issues, you know, the Constitution says how, for example, Parliament is supposed to be set up, how the executive is supposed to be set up, even including the judiciary, how all these bodies are set up. Now, the day we didn't get the Parliament properly set up, that is the day I think everything went haywire. Now, I'm disappointed that if you read again, which I have done, read again and again, what the Constitution says about how the Parliament is set up, your parliamentary system, which have the minority and the majority, you realize that that was not followed. Now, how changes can take place is also in the same Constitution. If you are on the minority side or on the majority side, you choose to behave otherwise or change things, it is also there. Now, the challenge here is, you miss that, how do we go forward? Now, for whatever reason, the institution of Parliament was left to the fake rectangular speaker. He himself did not get properly elected because he was not elected by the majority of the parliamentarians. He bulldozed his way through, and we allowed the executive, let me put it like that, we allowed the executive to push us to where we are now. And how do we get out? The Parliament, as I speak now, is not properly constituted. It is not. One day, whatever they have passed, the deliberations they have made, the laws they have made, as far as I'm concerned, they are contestable. And if they are contestable, they will actually put us in the reverse mode. There is going to be a constitutional crisis. There is going to be a constitutional crisis. We cannot have a majority in Parliament just because Wetangula said so. That is what we have now here. How come the way the Constitution designs how to get the majority in Parliament is not followed, and Kenyans have just let it go like that? Kenyans have not tried to have this corrected. Why? Because the executive had gone rogue. They control the courts, so you have even nowhere to complain. You have nowhere to complain. The other day, I listened to this, some comments coming from Kalonzo Musyoka and I think Edwin Sifuna regarding the talks that were going on in Bomas. And I think Kalonzo was commenting that if the report does not have some of their deliberations, they are going to reject it. And actually, Sifuna went ahead to say they will reject it in Parliament. Now, me and you know that rejecting any rejection from Parliament by any of them would amount to nothing. Now, those talks were constituted by some of the issues you can refer to as contentious. As much as Njiru there was trying to say that we talk about IBC. I'm going to avoid talking about IBC. But I remember that the issue of elections was one of the issues they were supposed to talk about. Then the cost of living, and election audit. They were basically, I think, as you basically had then the issue of political parties, about 3-4 issues which they wanted deliberated on. Now, interestingly, the other side of the divide, your competitors came up with also their own issue, what they were referring to as their own issues. And the last time I checked, I realized I listened to Kalonzo saying that they have agreed on the issues that so far that they will take to Parliament. When I checked a brief summary of those issues, they are to do with the CDF, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, official opposition, then the gender issue. Now, my worry here is that all these issues were the preferred issues by Zakayo. Now, if they have been agreed on, from the look of things, I don't remember where the issue of the election audit has reached. Maybe if the report comes out, it would be there. Then I didn't hear Kalonzo mention anything about that, as much as he had said that if the audit check proves that Zakayo was properly elected, they will recognize him. But me and you realize that what has happened over the period is that so many things has taken place, which all point out to actually Zakayo being recognized as the president. The latest one, you remember the visit of the king, the one Malema was trying to refer to, where Baba appeared in State House, and there have been social media has been telling us that by appearing in State House, that was actually a recognition that Zakayo is the president, and that was an invitation by the king, so that matter can be put to rest. I do not know what opinion you people here have on the panel, but that is what came out of it. He was invited to State House so that he can go and mention and introduce the president. And in fact, after that, social media was full of the king was there, the president was there, the Azimio leader was there. So that is like has put rest to the issues of legitimacy. It's like it has put issues of legitimacy behind us. Now,
okay, a non-script, your time is up, please. Na kuna challenge kwako.
No problem. Let me say my last point, then you can bring us.
In a half a minute.
The issue I was trying to refer to is to do with the social challenges, especially what is now affecting the travelers. Now, all these changes which are being like panel beaten at the JKA place, I do not know how some of us are going to be ever be able to come back to Kenya if this is what is going on. And what is worrying me is that we appear so helpless about anything else going on there. You can see, because of divide and rule, your very first concern is your personal needs, personal access, let's say, to be cleared at the airport. And it's like I saw something on some so-called confiscated luggages, and I was wondering whether that is true, how much is a camera trick. Why would such a house full of baggage be confiscated, and it is still life as usual? What is going on? Anyway, I'll stop there for now, Bernard, so that you can rebut or let's hear what you have to say.
And non-script, there is some kitchen work taking place in your house. Mute your mic. Anzia hapo kwanza before we rebut you. Kenyan would love ngoja kwanza. Maunga alikuwa wa kwanza kuinua mkono.
I think Kenyan with love anataka kureact to what has been said. Alafu mimi nitachukua after. So I think I give him that chance.
Yeah. Kenyan would love.
Thank you, my sister. Unanisomeanga mbali. Mimi nataka tu non-script atuambie nini Kalonzo alisema nini akiwa State House, and I also want to know what Baba said when he was in State House. Did they even address anything, or they just appeared per the protocol?
Okay, so in that case, Bernard, I hope I have I can also say something, and then now he can respond in totality. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Yes. So I'll probably take from what a non-script has said. I'll first pick it up with the issue of legitimacy. The truth is as follows: we're dealing with a diplomat, an international diplomat. Raila Odinga is not a man like any other. He's not. We may call him Baba. We may want to look at him as our own and a guy who can be ping-ponged in Kenya. But the truth is, this man is a whole institution within himself. So he may represent us at this level, but then the truth is the truth is as clear as this is a deity in himself beyond Kenya. So when he speaks, when someone in the capacity of the king has called on him to attend a function, he will turn up because of the diplomat that he is, the global diplomat he is. Then the other thing is as follows: we may appear this helpless, and everything appears to be going on without us being able to do anything. It's precisely because that guy was constitutionally installed in office. If at all we had not accepted for that to happen, and the reason why you see the likes of Akina Uhuru having stepped back, and again, this takes me back to the reason why I even wanted to enter studio. Alex amesema nisimgonge sana. Alex, I'm not si intend kukugonga. Wakisi usually have a thing about them, and I respect them for that, by the way. Akisi will rally against Akisi irrespective. In fact, that is why nashangaga sana whenever I see some things, including hata ile uchawi na kwanga Kisii. Nilikuwa nashindwa walikuwa wameitengenezea watu wengine, alafu wakarealize wamemaliza kuroga neighbors wakaanza kujiroga wenyewe. Ama because the love Kisis have for each other, I never understand how it's possible ati wanakuanga na uchawi ati kama Mkisii anaweza kama mahali aone ati anataka kuroga Mkisii mwenzake. So having said that, Kibagendi may have had a change of heart, and many times we are told we are allowed to do that. But I'm saying this is the point in time where Kenyans need to turn. The legitimacy that Raila appears to have accorded Ruto, based on the fact that he's a global diplomat, doesn't give him legitimacy within Kenyans. Jana ametoka parliament. Akaanza kwenda kwa mwendo. You know the way the chase cars usually go and they clear the road, and so the guy speeds off. The guy akaanza kwenda kwa mwendo wa kinyonga, hoping that Kenyans would gather at least wamgotea wamwambie prezo tunakutambua. He saw no one. He drove polepole hivyo kutoka State House, akajipata amefika State House bila hata kupata crowd nusu imemngojea mahali hizi. So the illegitimacy is within Kenyans. It is about time Kenyans understood this, and that is what I keep saying. An MP, anything inajita mheshimiwa. And that is why Raila is a respected person. To this day, we respect him now. Because Raila is a person who eats of his own sweat. Hajakaa mahali, akingojea hata watoto wake wakienda kwa toilet paper yenye wanatumia, ni taxpayers ndio wamelipia hiyo toilet paper, na watoto wao wajue watakula nini hiyo usiku. So mimi, mtu asikuje hapa niambia ati nini mheshimiwa, meshichiasa. Because the truth is as follows. Ni nini unaheshimiwa? You see, everybody seated in this forum, you people are my waheshimiwas. Why? Because you are a bunch of Kenyans whom I can trust with the interests of a country. I can trust you to feed an orphan tomorrow, knowing that this person doesn't have this, and as such, I should be able to provide it as a Kenyan, or at least as a human being in a small capacity to do that. But you are seated somewhere, getting in the range of six figures, 6 to 7 figures every month, on account of someone whose children are dying of hunger. The other day, about 3 days ago, my aunt was shaking like a leaf. She was nearly dying. So at a point when she felt it was too much, because it had started progressing just slowly, and then she decided, oh, let me just talk to my doctor. Go. Do you know, she went, she got drip, came back. In the following day, she was able to walk around. Now she's fine. That's a record 3 days. Imagine a scenario where a Kenyan doesn't even know where they're going to get fare to get to a local dispensary that does not have doctors, does not have medicine or anything like that. That local Kenyan is going to die because they could not afford 100 shillings to get themselves to a dispensary, because 100 shillings yake imechukuliwa na inatumiwa kufuel jets za Ruto and all these other foolish things calling themselves waheshimiwa, kumbe wameheshimu mwiwa zaidi. Then you're claiming those are people I should respect from where? From now on, akina Kibagendis and everyone else of that ilk are people, yes, they may have an opinion, but when it counted, where were they? To speak it as it is. Because he may have pulled out, and rightly so. Because trust me, with Ruto, you work with him once, and once is enough if you're a man or woman of dignity. But the problem again is as follows. This is a man who belonged in jail. I was telling someone today earlier, we were queuing up for a vehicle, and then they're saying, oh, this other circle, they usually let guys come cut the queue, but this other circle, they're usually very strict. I'm like, exactly. So I explained to them a scenario where, earlier on, I'd come to the queue, so it was too long. I went to the supermarket and then now told the person whom I was following that the vehicle be approaching, let me know. When they're telling me that, I was still shopping, so I wasn't able to come. So in that case, if I came and pleaded my case because I had spoken to the circle attendants, then they let me pass. That's different. But when I come, because of a sense of entitlement, in that I'm a common person on that route, and as such, I'm thinking the people who've lined up are not worth it, and they actually pass. There's two offenders here. I'm an offender by my sense of entitlement. Then there's an enabler. So that is where, and then in fact, enablers come in two parts. Enablers then come with the service providers, and it comes with the people who on that queue who were quiet when I was when this perpetration was occurring. So the truth is as follows, Kenyans. We are in this space right now for a reason. God allowed Ruto to be in office. Tuliambiwa kwamba he'll be a president wa hukumu. Kwamba Ruto akikubaliwa kuwa president, atakuwa ni kwa sababu tunahukumiwa kama wa Kenya. The ills we have done. When Jiro was being asked to keep quiet here, exactly, and I have on this platform told Kikuyu severally, the only reason they're talking right now is because there's no Kikuyu who's in office, and the one that is next there is one of their social misfits, that is Gachagua, now who's exposing. And then during these elections, during these circles, they've been exposed, and they have confirmed that they're nothing but that just waxing lyrical. They're just a bunch of people who've been thrown to every time as a narrative. They can do nothing when it comes to this political space. They can in fact change nothing. In fact, even these Kambas here are the guys, by the way. Mato, you guys, I'd rather hang out to the Kamba any day. And in fact, I will tell you today for free. As I was growing up as a girl, and just don't go and tell your Kamba people, they might still follow through Kamute and say I can still. I was saying as I was growing up, because of the docility of the Kambas, that I was going to get a Kamba husband. Just that's because for the, like when you look at a people and see how consistent they are and see how loyal they are, because actually the word loyalty and a Kamba put together sails through. But I digress. So the truth is as follows: Akamba will give you 2-point-something million altogether because it's coming together in one basket. When a Kikuyu is still wondering which one of our Kikuyus is on the other side, because we've always thought it's a factor. Right now in Kenya, we have come to a spot where saizi njaa inatukula sote. Tuliambia watu kwamba huyu mtu ni mwizi. Wakafikiria atafikaje kwetu, ataibia wadosi ama ataibia sijui what. Mumeshangaa. Amekuja mifukoni yenu, then he has made this country into Nigeria, where it will get to a point where we are bribing those guys at the airport to get into a country. Mato jana nilisikia ati mnakuja kuandamana airport. Hiyo siku mwache tu nikuje pia mimi. Nitakuwa on this other side. Alafu tutavunja madirisha huku nje. Sasa zile mnavunja huku kwingine tuwaambia watu that this is our country. So the truth is as follows. When we let this country the truth is we've got to andamana at our point of occurrence. Pahali inanigusa kwamba tisijui nikaomba Mungu jana ningezaa mtoto mwenye sio Mkenya. Yani ndio tu nikuje tu nionyeshe watu that I'm a daughter of the soil. ningepatia hao watu headlines na niwaambie Ruto alizaliwa mahali ziko atashua kama ni Mkenya, kwa sababu I do not think that this soil can produce such misfits. Sasa matter when you guys are coming in to demand what is yours, but they allow some of us to come and also participate in our own capacity, because some of us sadly or unluckily or luckily, we've got people who also of that dispensation. We should now come to a point where the legitimacy of the presidency, we are taking back ourselves. The legitimacy of this soil, we are taking back ourselves. I heshimu a fellow Kenyan, I heshimu you, Ben, I heshimu someone who my taxes is paying to sit in a seat and think that I should then regard them as a god for them doing absolutely nothing but making laws that are guided by some idiot who has no clue whatsoever what it means to be a human being. Lakini musijali, by the way, it is not all lost. Bernard huyu Mungu tunamwomba, by the way, sio athumani, na akuli githeri kwa kina Njiro, na akuli muthokoi kwa kina Mato, na hata atakuja kukula omena kwetu. Huyo Mungu nakwambia anatusikia. Hii kichwa anakondesha hiyo kichwa mpaka siku hizi hainanga nywele, by the, na amerealize nywele haiko mpaka amenyoa amemaliza. So a non-script, the truth is as follows. He will think he's legitimate. Uzuri, his soil tunakanyaga chini hii. Soon we will be stepping on that man, hapa chini. Na tutakuwa mimi, finally the song, lo, lo, nyonuru, lo. It will be, I will be singing that lo, I'll be nyonoing that lo with furaha. Because I will be saying that lo ni anyono because ogolonuaja chien. Mane Kenya ogoloni is the name of a president. So eventually this country is going to be free. Eventually the children of this country are going to be free. But we will not sit and observe it. Matosa zile mnakuja maandamano yetu. Don't worry, some of us tutaandamana hata kitaka kutuua kwanza, uzuri atatufata. Na pali tutakutana tutaulizana. But in the meantime we will not stand and be hopeless and think that ule mtu anaamka ati Shalina anaambia watu ati baba yake alalangi usiku analanga for 2 hours ati akifikiria what Kenyans are going to eat. Nani aliambia huyo mtu auwe amaim watu a bribe everyone aingie kwa hiyo kiti? Mungu sio athumani, you guys. The God we serve is alive. He's treating this guy pound for pound over here. Na pia sisi kama wa Kenya, let's not give it up. In whatever capacity we can, we will come and claim our nation. This is a guy tutamka siku moja tusikie alikufa. Whichever way he did it, he's gone. So he'll have made some of us commit suicide. Some of us die of terminal illnesses. Our children completely lose hope and have mental disorders just because we have let him. Let us not think so. This is a mortal. This mortal will one day be gone, and we will all be happier that we are rid of him. But in the meantime, we're not giving up the fight. We are still letting Kenya work, and that is the reason you're on this platform. Asante.
Thank you, Monga. As usual, you set us on fire. Appreciate that, and we need that more than ever. We must stand up for what is rightfully ours, and Kenya is ours. It does not belong to anybody. And when you need your children to help you be accepted by the world, then it is a manifestation that you are doing very poorly. The Bible says, let another mouth praise you, not yours, that of a stranger. Okay. If somebody came from far and recommended Zakayo to us, we will believe the person, but not his daughter, not Rachel. Okay. We need a stranger, somebody else far away. He said, this person helped me. Okay. He has a good heart. He has suffered for me. Then that is believable. But when I send my daughter to tell you that I'm a good person, you know that's family arrangement. Back to Kenyan with love. And of course, our non-script is, he has his own fears. Kenyan with love. It's 8 minutes after 1 a.m. East African time.
I don't know where Nani alienda, but one thing I'm so proud about is my sister Maunga here. My sister Maunga just takes everything from the brain, and from my brain, you know, because she says it as it is. Even though inafaa kukua, Kenyans, we are tired. Bernard, we are tired. Let it be what it is. tukubaliane, tuache kushinda tukichezeana hapa hivi mchezo ya paka na panya. Tunachezeana mchezo ya paka na panya.
Just a moment. Alex Media, rudi studio ukajitetee. Mimi sielewi vita ambayo unanipiga hapa. Wewe ni mkwasi alafu nani amesema wewe ni mbaya? Wewe kuja hapa umesema unajua siasa ya Kisii ndio nataka mnisaidie. We are going to have a day when we'll be doing county politics. Because hiyo kitu niliona kutoka Mary ilinistua sana. Okay? Ati mtu ni MCA mzima. Alafu anachukua gossip kupeleka Senate. Mimi sijaelewa hiyo. But now I want inter-county politics. Tuelewe nini kinaendelea. Na siasa ya Kisii, Alex, wewe ndio unatusaidianga nayo sana. So kama iko makosa kuja ukakosoe hapa, lakini ukisema sisi umesema wewe ni mbaya, sisi hapana, mimi bado sema wewe mbaya. Wewe kuja hapa jitetee mwenyewe. Thank you. Kenyan would love, utatafuta Njiru, mimi nataka kutoweka.
Niko kama kuna mtu, niko kazi as we speaking, and ndio maana unaona nikiangalia right and left, lakini I can hold the show kama kuna mtu anaweza nisaidia kushikilia, because I have to finish something that I'm doing. But other than that, can you, before we decide that, can you just let me finish something, please? With all due respect.
Non-script anainua mkono ana nini? Amepata revelation.
Maybe
I'm ukweli
na maunga.
I wanted to I think to just a response to what Mato was asking. The issue about Kalonzo was to do with it was basically threatening that if that report does not have some I think their main issue was cost of living and something else, that they are going to reject it. If there were already rumors that the report is not comprehensive as to the issues that they are deliberated on. Now, my issue was that here is the chairman of the talks saying that he's going to reject the report. How would the report become a report without him, his input? I thought it is his report. In fact, some of us have been calling it a Kalonzo report. To say that they are going to reject it, where is it coming from if it is not a Kalonzo report? And if it is not having what they have deliberated on?
A non-script, you seem to be forgetting our history. You seem to be forgetting our history. There was a case where were they heads of I think head of secondary school principals. They went to Mombasa. They made deliberation. They made resolutions. But those resolutions were not politically correct. The person was followed until he was kidnapped at the airport, so that report does not make it to destination. Because if it does, there are specific cartels that will suffer. So when Kalonzo is talking like that, he knows what he's talking about. Two, Baba was the first one to say, if that report is not going to address the cost of living, then we are not going to sign it. So when Kalonzo is talking like that, he's talking as Azimio. He's not talking it as an individual chairman of or co-chair of a committee.
So in other words, we already lost it, or what? Or, that
it is not lost. When we reject it, it's over. It's not that we've lost. It is a matter of the people who asked for dialogue were given dialogue. Dialogue did not yield what they wanted. Therefore, we are back to square one.
Let me ask you, Bernard.
They have given leak to us a little of what is there. Straight to the point.
They did leak to us a little of what is in that report, including the issue of the prime cabinet secretary to be entrenched in the constitution, the CDF, which are basically, as I indicated here earlier, is illegal. Then there's the issue of the gender. Then there's the issue of the official opposition.
Bernard,
if
can I answer?
if you all remember, all these issues were coming from the other side of the divide. Now, when our own people who are actually chairing this tell us that these issues I've mentioned have been agreed, but then they are like the other side issues may not be there, then then they are saying that what do they want to do? They want to reject in parliament. And you and me know that in parliament, again, the executive controls everything. So it is as good as done. They have no capacity to reject it.
Have conclusion on everything even before it is put in the test tube. Na wewe ni mwanasayansi, tafadhali kwenda polepole. Subiri Kenyan utulapa kupatie jibu.
Let me answer, because now I'm even lost in what I wanted to say, because there's something that Maunga had said, and I actually forced her kuja hapa hivi because of how she speaks and what she says, because it's the right thing. A non-script, we don't care about the constitution anymore. Okay? We are done. We don't care about these explanations. You come in here to tell us the constitution and everything. We've never even followed the constitution. People are not even following the constitution, including what is happening right now. So at this point, kama tukubaliani kwa pale ile kitu tunaongea, we're going to kill it. The people on the other side have also started seeing it, that today you cannot even get someone that actually wants to talk technical about you. Kila kitu ni vitu zenye hazieleweki. We've lost the constitution, we've lost everything. We'll rethink about that later on. Right now, what we are going to do is that, did we agree, did we not agree? We don't care. The state of the people that on the seat, by virtue of however they got it, are not even caring about anything. So why should we care? We don't care. You can come here and tell us all the constitution that you want to tell us. We'll just talk about the constitution, what needs to be done. But what is not being enacted, please, wachana na sisi. All we are doing, we are not going to, we are not fighting. Enye mulipeleka huko kwa UN, sijui ati baba ndo letaga shida huku, na sisi ndo tunaleta shida. We are not doing that. But now everybody is fighting themselves. So this is the explanation mingi za kutuambia zilikuja zikaungua zikafanya nini. We do not care. That's my answer to you, to tell you that we do not care. We will, the talks. If we will put them down, we will put the talks down. We go back to election, or we go back to the streets or something, until you guys make the country a good place. We will not be sitting here having someone coming to give us a state address for nothing. Something anatuambia tu sijui nini ilianguka, sijui mafuta ilianguka, mafuta amefanya nini. We all know mafuta imeanguka everywhere, but hata mafuta Kenya inapanda. Unakuja unatuambia tumeleta nini? Lying to us. This blanket talks, thinking you're talking to your kids and thinking that you're talking to people who do not understand, have never done maths, hawakwenda class 1, class 2. You come here, tell us that is unga imeanguka, nini, and we can see what is happening because nilileta fertilizer. Fertilizer my food. Fertilizer itazafanya nini bila nini, na ilikuwa ya free. Itafanya nini bila mvua? You come and tell us hakuna El Nino, sasa El Nino imekuja. Yani you're even calling people watu wa nini hustler fund, unataka kuuliza kidogo utaki watu wa travel. You're traveling to other countries. Ako wapi saa hizi? Ameenda huko hivyo doing what? Kwani hatuna ambassador hiyo side? Listen, we are done explaining, and we're done with the lies. Even the guys that come to the mainstream shows to come and try and tell us things and try and tell us we are doing propaganda. We are done with the propaganda. We are done with everything. Right now, even the whole country is more united than ever has been. Go to Ruto side, you will not find anyone that is actually on his side. So when you tell us constitution, we don't care about the constitution. We've put it on the side. We don't want it. Kila mtu ajipange kwanza for now until we sort this thing. And it's the reason right now we're saying, listen, do what you gotta do. Tax everything that you want to tax.
Kenyan would love, come small. You know, it's important for you to make us understand.
Yeah.
When you say we do not care about the constitution. It is you and who? What is the caucus behind this? We don't care about the constitution.
Kenyans, we just don't care about the constitution. Munataka kutulipisha, tutaingia Kenya bila nguo. We'll do what you have to do until we get you out. I am talking to people and people are saying, I mean, we don't care about the constitution anymore. Polisi tutakubeba tukupeleke Kitengela kama umeingia kwa gari yangu. So uliona mama fulani alibeba, that's the only way these guys can understand. That's why even in the, I mean, huko kina Sifuna were telling them, please, we don't, acheni kutupigia kelele hapa hivi mnatuambia constitution my foot. Imepita na wakati until the time that we agree that we have a constitution. Then we are not going to live a bandit economy and a bandit country. And that is why even Malema, and Alex is here, is very good with Malema history. Even Malema just apologized to Kenya and said,
Kenyan, you need the constitution to fix the problem.
We're going to fix it the way we want to fix it without the constitution. Hatutaki hiyo story yako ya constitution. The constitution munaitumiaga for the mnyonge, na nyinyi wakubwa huko hivyo amtumii constitution na mfuati. So why would we
you see, if parliament has gone wrong, the executive is wrong, the judiciary is wrong.
So
you need some approach to
we can also be wrong
too. Why do you think you can be wrong up here in the constitution?
Order. Okay. The prodigal son went away. The only reason he came home is because there was a home to come back to. If there was no home, he would have nowhere to come back to. So as much as we hold Zakayo and team for messing up our constitution, we should not help him mess it up. We should preserve it, because after we have fought him with or without the constitution, we will need to return to it if we're going to have sanity as our existence and as a nation. So we should be careful on how we go about it, because wanasema kwetu mtoto akishashiba ukampikia lunch vizuri hakuna akashiba, anaambianga madhe tuchome hii store ya mahindi kwa sababu hata sikia njaa tena. That is the assumption. So tusichome katiba saa hii, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba kwa vyovyote vile tumuue nyoka. Na nyoka kikimbia msituni, mnamfuata msituni. Mwezi kusema sitamngoja kwa nyumba mpaka tukishamaliza ameua basi. Then we can now come back to the house and say, jikoni inakuanga huku, bedroom inakuwa huku, sitting unakuwa huku, kulingana na katiba. Asante lakini.
You need to revisit chapter 6.
What do you mean I need to revisit?
That is unrevisitable. If we have to revisit that, then go get
what I mean is,
and Moses
see, whatever went wrong there should be corrected. Then we'll all be online.
After overhaul, everything will revert back to factory setting, and we'll have to reset our country afresh. Everybody to assume offices constitutionally and work within the boundaries of the constitution. The cartels and the witches that wants to manipulate the country by modulating the constitution and making it of no effect, all those witches need to be put together in the one basket. Let that basket be set on fire so that they all burn and we forget them once and for all. We need our country back, and our country has to be governed within the framework of the stipulated law. Any person who can't work within that framework, atafute mahali pengine where he can work without the framework of the constitution. Our making is in our attempt to make the constitution do what it is against. That is not how a country and a great nation is built. We are built as a people and held together according to the common law that govern our relationships. When those laws are abused, are misused, are ignored, then our relationship is not valid. The fall of man, those of you who believe the Bible, is when man violated the law that God gave. It is that way. So the moment we violate the law that brought us together, our relationship is no longer valid. And so Zakayo has gone against the constitution, Wetangula has gone against the constitution, the Kenya Kwanza administration has gone against the constitution, and that confirms their illegitimacy. And that's why they need to be declared enemy of the people, enemy of the country. Na waanze kutafutwa, washughulikiwe kama yule jambazi mwingine yeyote yule amevunja sheria. Na kama askari hawezi kuwakamata, basi Wakenya wakamate na washughulikie. Then what's going on at the airport right now? We need a very good riot, okay? A very good riot, because this sheepish, nice, diplomatic, Kenyan good behavior is not helping this country. Now, I am not in a position to say I should not be the one saying that, but I have my friends from West Africa. They can travel with your passport, with your picture, with your name, and arrive in a new country without anybody stopping them, because the authority by which they will address you, you will not look at their face twice. We need to understand that coming home means coming home. Anybody mishandling you at the airport, arrest the person. Like him, I don't wake a bag up, fungua. And like somebody sent me a very disturbing something, that after they checked everything they didn't find, they now go to the pocket and say, this phone, how much is it? Are we supposed to buy phone for the immigration officer? And if I can afford a phone that is $500,000, is it your problem?
But Bernard, I posed a question regarding the confiscated.
But you're leaving us out of the conversation.
The confiscated baggages at the airport. Was it just social media through
scripts? You're out of order. Thank you. Let's do this. I'm being chased from here, and I will go. Alex, you are in the conversation. I am the one who called you back.
I think a non-script is not understanding what Mato is saying. Mato is not saying we don't have a constitution. Mato is saying something that he has been consistently saying, that the moment we went to Bomas, the constitution was suspended. So talking about the constitution is a waste of time. Before Bomas, the constitution was the supreme law. Now that supreme law was given an opportunity to a few people to be a nobility of interpretation of that law. But they are no longer deserve to be there or to interpret. So we take it that those seats are vacant. And we have a constitution with nobody able to do what? To interpret it. So as for now, since Bomas moment, we have to do something different so as to be able to unsuspend the constitution and have people who are able to interpret it. That is when we can be proud as a country to say that what you're also trying to say, that we need that now constitution to help us. For now, it can't, because the very people who are given the opportunity, that noble opportunity to interpret it, refused, and we don't know where they are. So I think that is what Mr. Anon Script should know. He's not disagreeing with you. He's with you, but he's telling you that nobody at the moment, with what we are seeing, Ruto cannot be given. Ruto cannot be given an opportunity to do what? Sayati sasa yeye ndiye anasema nani akuwe chief justice ama akuwe justice in the court of the Supreme Court. That would be even worse than a ministerial post. Thank you. Because they have a security of tenure.
Now, Alex, you're saying the constitution was in effect until people went to Bomas. How was it constitutional the way the Askaris were bouncing on people in their houses, pulling them out?
Bernard, Kamata Friday was constitutional. Kamata Friday, that's where you're going. That was constitutional.
But even if it's not that, Bernard, we saw Matiang'i in the helm of power and being able to manage the Ministry of Security. But somehow, somewhere, a vacuum came in, and it was lawlessness. Because what we saw, people like Olakina, what was being done to him in the Bomas, we couldn't understand if the rule of the law is still there in Kenya. That is what I'm saying. Up to that point, lawlessness began. That's what I was saying, Bernard. Okay, in Bomas, lawlessness began.
It becomes very complicated, but we'll sail through, don't worry. Kenyan would love
Leonard,
in charge.
I want to ask you a question before you leave, because I can see you, Kimeumana.
No, Reverend Lala is here, is on the waiting queue. Make your question very brief. I'm out of here.
Okay. Bernard, let me ask you a question. Is this constitution made for everyone or just for a few?
The constitution is for the Republic of Kenya, and it makes the Kenyan citizenry the sovereign custodian of all power within the country.
Second one, quick question. As Nani was talking about chapter 6, is Aisha Juma in power or not?
Aisha Juma? Aisha Juma, she's a cabinet secretary, and okay.
So where is chapter 6 of the constitution? And by the way, so that
you know, ngoja kwanza wewe. Uko na mbio sana. Kwa sababu nataka kuscore point kama lawyer kwa koti. Hii sio law ya koti, kuna prosecutor na accused. I'm a Bible preacher, and in Bible teaching, we don't apply the Bible in isolation. Okay? There is the holistic approach towards the whole thing. Aisha Juma, Moses Kuria, and the other team that have been accused and they were not properly cleared from their accusation. Then they were declared clean by some power somewhere. They are wrongly in that office, and they are making the constitution of non-effect by them violating it and then pretending to be working by it. But does that make chapter 6 as not part of the constitution? No, it's part of the constitution. Does that make the constitution of Kenya not the constitution of Kenya? It does. We just simply, what we are saying is we have wrong elements. We have wrong elements, okay, that are exempted from application of the law, and that messes up the country. Messes up the country.
Bernard, that's the problem with Kenyans. Let me just, real quick, just give me that, and then, because me, I won't be talking. People will talk, me, I'll just be here looking. But, Bernard, that is the biggest problem that we have. We keep on giving excuses of things that are excusable. Listen, the person mwenye ameshikoliwa na kuku, mwenye alipatana na kuku huku ikitembea kwa shamba yake huku hivyo akasema wacha nikakule hii, anafungwa na constitution gani? Well, we have these other people who are not even following the constitution, leave alone the Kenyan constitution, even the international law, the international constitution. We're not following anything. So if you have money now, okay, now people are talking about 1.2 million for kids, which constitutionally the Constitution chapter cap, the immigration cap 2 of cap 170 of 1960 says that if you're born anywhere else, but you're born of 2 parents of Kenya, you still deserve, you still have the rights. But that is now we're being told to get, to pay 1.2 million. Bernard, the excuses in Kenya is the problem. You have excuses. You have leaders that are running around calling themselves leaders, and they are just mafias and people who do not do anything, do not care about Kenyans, and they want you to follow the Constitution. They're even in parliament. And Bernard, I want you, please, if you can give me just 1 minute, and I want to borrow time for everyone, from everyone. And after that, I'll keep quiet. I'll be your moderator. And I will not moderate. You guys will talk. Please, Bernard, before you go, I want you to listen to this. This is somebody. And this is why I'm telling you, we've lost the Constitution. And unless we become mad and start saying this, we don't need a Constitution until we go back to reset mode. We're not going anywhere. Na tuache kupuliza kitu moto. Unapuliza nini? Tuseme ukweli. Bernard, here, listen to this member of parliament. Tuache mchezo bwana. Come. Hold on. Just give me a second. Let me get it right. Hold on. Hold on. I got it. Iko hapa. Just a second. Coming in. Present.
Kuna haja ya kuwa na bunge Kenya. Rais alimaliza bunge kabisa, hata hatuna bunge la Kenya.
Kwa nini msiende nyumbani?
Sisi wabunge tunakula pesa bure. Hakuna kitu tunaweza saidia wa Kenya kwa sasa. Hata tukimake policies. Hata tukimake policies zote zitaenda kungeuziwa State House.
That is really dangerous, mheshimiwa.
Hakuna haja ya kuwa na bunge Kenya.
Including kesho unasema kipenga kipulizwe na muende home.
Kila mbunge aende nyumbani. Hakuna kitu tumesaidia Kenya now.
Are you serious with this?
I am very serious.
Kwamba bunge limefeli and it's time kila mmoja aende nyumbani.
Hata ukitengeneza sheria gani haifuatwi. Sasa wewe unatekeleza sheria gani kama haifuatwi?
Ina maana kwamba kesho mtakuwa mmeketi pale a year in year out mkikula pesa za Wakenya bure.
For example, tuliunda bajeti ambayo inafaa kusaidia Wakenya. Supplementary imekuja imechange kila kitu. Sasa hiyo budget ilikuwa ya nini jameni? Kuharibia wabunge wanaenda kwa mahoteli kubwa, wana-apply hata Mombasa kutekeleza hiyo bajeti, lakini unakuja unabadilisha kila kitu. Jameni, tunaelekea wapi? Okay. Tunaelekea wapi? Hii bunge, this is the most useless parliament I've ever seen. Yeah.
Wow. Sema mheshimiwa Nguni nasema I am in the 13th parliament and this is the most useless according to you.
It's the most useless parliament and I'm there. I'm a member of parliament. I am totally disappointed. Hakuna kitu tunafanyia wa Kenya. Tunafaa hata kupea wa Kenya apology. Kama wabunge hatujasaidia wa Kenya. Ile wakati wa Kenya wali expect tuwatetee, wengine walienda State House wakapokea 1,100 na wakakuja kunini ku40 yes. Wanajua hiyo sheria inadhulumu wa Kenya. Jameni, kuna bunge gani hapo?
I am sad listening to what you are saying. And if it's the truth, then Wakenya wanastahili kuwa macho zaidi kuhusiana na mahali tunaelekea kama taifa hili la Kenya. Endapo that is the feeling you have as a member of parliament, hapo kidogo ni kama wanavyosema Wakenya kinaturamba. Lakini nipe muda wa dakika 1-2 nisikize Wakenya, nikirejea kwenu kwa swali lingine.
So, Bernard, the Constitution comes with the amendments of the Constitution come from the Parliament. Already, you can hear people, and this is a UDA guy telling you that it's the most useless Constitution. I mean, useless Parliament that we've ever had. So, where are we going to get this Constitution? Why do we have to follow the Constitution? I'm not following any Constitution until we actually understand the social agreement that we had is the Constitution, just like a covenant. Saidiako covenant enye tulipewa. Thank you.
Kenyan would love. I hear you, I understand you, and I only have one point of departure. One, which says not everybody is required to believe, practice, or follow the Bible for the Bible to be true. Let's separate those two. People have a choice to believe and follow the Bible or not. The same thing applies with the Constitution. Those who will follow the Constitution, they will profit from it. But those who will not are the problem. So the real issue is not the Constitution per se, but the people who want to twist it and make it not able to work. Just like people misuse the Bible, misrepresent it, misteach it, and end up with Shakahola instead of heaven. Things like that. So let's separate the two documents and the lives of the crooked people who would want to mess up a good document like our Constitution. And the Kenya Kwanza administration as a whole, they can't function in a free constitutional dispensation. They can't, because they are twisted, they are bent, they are corrupt.
Bernard, where does that leave Kenyans? That is what you should focus on. Where does that...
So that is why we need to get rid of them. Mtu akianza okay, Wakenya wakianza kutembea na mguu moja, itabidi sasa kila mtu akate mguu.
How do you get rid of them?
The Constitution has a way of getting rid of them. Let's do this. Order. Kenyan would love to in charge. See when you see me.
Bernard, Kenya, I would love.
Reverend Lala.
Bernard,
yes.
Don't go before Lala makes sense.
Bernard, don't go before Lala makes sense. I'm not making. I just want to comment on what I think I heard. My position is, which I think should be the official. I'm sorry. I think Mato and me and most of us, all of us, are following the Constitution. We are fighting for it. We want it. They are not. I think we have to make that distinction, because if we throw away the Constitution, then we are just as terrible as them. There's no difference between us and them. So what we are saying is, we are the one following it. They are not. And because they are not following it, Constitution is not what they are using to make decisions. So we can't be deluded and assume that they are listening to us. So we are in the fight, but we know they are not following it. They are not using it. But we are the one that believe in it. That's why we are fighting, because we know something is wrong. Constitution, the same as the Bible, the same thing. If a preacher is sleeping with women, doing all crazy stuff, we can't say they are following the Bible. But for me to ask them to leave the pulpit and get out of the church, I'm following the Constitution. I'm guided by God's law. And I think most of us are guided by that Constitution because it was part of us. We believed in it, we bought it. And so we are protecting it, but not on the other side. The other side, they don't need it because it's not giving them what they want. But you and I are living in it. We want it. It's part of us. I believe that when we talk about constitution here, we are simply saying to us, to ourselves, that we believe in this constitution and we are committed to it and we are willing to die for it because it's what we believe will save our nation, because we worked on it, prayed for it, believe in it, and we are not giving it up and allowing these crazy guys, these thieves, these cheats to take what we have fought for. It's the same as fighting for your meat. Somebody is playing around with your stuff, and so you go for it. So that's what I believe in. These guys don't believe in it. They're not using it. It is not in their interest. Only in those areas where they want to show that they are in power. In other words, the Constitution says somebody has to be in power somehow. So they want to use that to kind of stop us from pointing to their mistakes and their mutilation of the Constitution. So that's the way I look at it. Listening to Malema today, this is yesterday, yesterday, I don't know, as a fresh air, because he's telling it as it is. And some of us are uncomfortable with that language he's using, but I think for us to have a change, we need a lot of Malemas out there to say it as it is. And I think Ruto will not listen to you and to me unless we are blunt with him and willing to do what it takes to get him out of there. That's what I think. So that's my little comment. Thank you, guys.
Yes, I'm on script.
Because I'm hearing some echo. Where is it coming from? Were you hearing some echo as well?
Carry on. It was Lala's microphone.
Oh, okay. Bernard, what I was trying to say is this. You see, every time I've remembered on more than one occasion, comments here saying that the Constitution has the solution on basically all the problems that we are encountering. The same Constitution, they are saying it has. And believe me, there are even other countries who do not have as polished Constitution as we do have in Kenya. But things are in order. Things are happening properly. There is this something to do with morals. You see, it is like morality is completely lost in Kenya, whereby you can find people speaking from this side of their mouth, then the other side, and they just get away with it. Now, you have seen, before you left, I wanted to understand because I'm not there, but I saw a heap of baggages, which apparently were confiscated by the KRA. Now, my question was that, which law allows them even to do this? And if they do, if it is, my other question, what are Kenyans doing about this? I saw it so frustrating. Now, even somebody like me, I was wondering, if I travel to Kenya, this is what is going to happen to me. What for? And even if it does happen, I'll be so helpless about the entire thing. So many things are going wrong. So many things are going on socially in the social space. And this regime, you only see more and more of this. Now, I saw what purportedly was a statement by the church, one of the churches there, I think the Catholic bishops or something. I was so surprised that they were like giving an opinion on what's happening. Now, that's why I started by saying that I was wondering whether the church lost all the impetus of putting demands to the regime. I don't think that they'll be arrested, even if they say whatever they want to say. Freedom of speech these days, Bernard, is there. So, even if you speak like Malema, I saw him and he confessed himself that Kenyans may regret why he was invited to that forum. Well, he did say whatever he said. He was one of the categorical contradictions that he had there was their policies against between Israel and Palestine. And as far as he's concerned, whatever Israel is doing must be totally rejected. And he was very bitter with Kenya. I think Zakayo had implied that he was supporting Israel on what they're doing. Now, I don't know what the resolutions of that forum were by the end of the day, but after listening to Malema, I think there was quite a lot to take home, especially if we continue to suffer in Kenya. And basically, is it IMF and the World Bank?
Lala,
I think your mic has a lot of echo.
A question for you. What is your take on Malema's stand on Palestine? What is, I didn't get what you're saying.
Malema's stand in Palestine was very relevant.
Okay.
Maybe just
mute
so that yeah. I was saying that Malema's statement was very relevant to what's happening, and if you listen to it, it quite somehow explained why we are where we are. You see this tax problem, which is now bedeviling the entire country and the social fabric in Kenya. You have the so-called IMF. IMF is directly to blame on what's going on, and in all countries where IMF have put their conditions for accessing their loans, we have ended up more or less what you see happening in Kenya right now. What is not clear, and I think for Lala, I think you were there in those days when President Moi had issues with the World Bank and the IMF, and he made a comment that he was not going to follow the conditions and demands put forward by IMF and the World Bank in order to lend Kenya money. And during that time, there was this Mzee from Ukambani called Mule Mutisia. And he made a very interesting comment that Mr. President, now he was addressing Nyayo, that if IMF, World Bank, IMF are bothering you, let us expel them from Kanu. if you remember that story. In other words, who is this IMF to dictate to us what to do, to dictate to the president what to do? Now, Zakayo has taken the bait. The fiscal policies and the taxation policies that the IMF are trying to push through in Kenya are seriously wanting. You can remember they are the same group that brought in this gay association laws in Kenya through the Supreme Court. It was also a demand from their end. As much as the same, I think, were being rejected in Uganda, but in Kenya, you expected it. Now, all the things which Kenyans are against, like Malema was trying to put forward in his speech, they are originating from the West. Okay, he did put it so bluntly that he's surprised that the king would be welcomed in Kenya, given what happened during the colonial days. Maybe that was going a bit too far, because the current king is now a saved person, I hope. He would not fall for the misdeeds of his ancestors. But truth be told, the suffering in Kenya is because of IMF. Directly, you can directly put it. Why Zakayo is buying all this is what is not under, you can't understand. Now, in the event, Bernard, I was saying, what's the way forward? I was saying, what's the way forward? And the way forward, somehow, as far as me, I look at it, you are going to need some constitutional congress, again in Bomas, to try and fine-tune some of these lapses. We cannot have a situation whereby CDF is declared. The members, through their rogue, whatever in parliament, goes and reinstates it. You have issues completely ignored around the chapter 6. If you don't implement those things, there is no way we are going to end up with any proper order. You can see what's going on now. The way the social challenges are eating the so-called social fabric. Slowly by slowly, things are moving to the dead end. Now, the constitution eventually, nobody, you can already see. For example, take the issue of the CSS, which are being appointed by Zakayo right now. If the constitution had said no, and he's still pursuing it, and he's having it his way, where are we going to be? That's why I don't agree with the Kenyan with love. He's saying that you cannot ignore the constitution. Where will the solution be? We must find a way to get back to Obamas conference. That is according to me. So that the issues of constitutional violations can be addressed, and if necessary, fine-tune the law to make sure that the rectangulars do not go around insisting on the Sabina Cheges as the way when the law says otherwise. Nobody has even dared to take action against, or who would, against the rectangulars for the violations that they have done. We are here where we are because, first of all, the parliament is an illegitimate one as we speak. Current parliament is unconstitutional if you go by the same laws. Now, you listen to this MP and what he was saying, that you see the suffering of Kenyans is emanating from this so-called Finance Act. And what did you get? He's saying, he's owning up that, leave alone even the Finance Act, they have gone ahead. The Finance Act is in Parliament. So sorry, it's in the courts. In the meantime, things have since changed through the supplementary budgeting, and whatever was there has also more than 80% changed. Talk of a rogue executive, talk of a rogue parliament, a non-existent judiciary. You only remain now with the, what do you call it, the fourth estate. And what do we get from there? Lamentations, just like us in the social media, lamentation after lamentation. And that is why I didn't understand when Kalonzo was mentioning that they are going to reject the bipartisan report in Parliament, knowing very well that they have no capacity, the way things are. Zakayo will get his prime CS entrenched, you will get the CDF entrenched, you will get opposition leader office entrenched. He is going to get the gender bill entrenched the way he wants. By the end of it, you wonder what the Azimios will get out of those bipartisan talks. And remember, they have the option to even change it in Parliament, and they have the numbers to do that. False or not. I don't know. Lala seems to have dropped off, and I was responding to his question. So, Bernard, my question to you, the way forward out of this, all these constitutional violations, the way forward. from the judiciary, from the executive, from parliament, and all the powers that be. Thank you.
Kenyan would laugh. Are you still there? Okay, it's like Kenyan would laugh is not there. All in all, ladies and gentlemen, we are glad you are part and parcel of the great conversation on Sound Candid Talk. I trust you are following. Women and Children International nasema non-script, please stop. Zakayo is all to blame. In any case, all the money and the loan is squandering to Zakayo and his allies' pockets. What did Kenyans expect when Zakayo bought the way to the topmost seat? In Kenya, Zakayo was against the constitution right from the onset. Of course, he's creating a Kenya he can govern since he cannot govern the constitutional one. And that is why all Kenyans of right thinking should stand against Zakayo and all his moves. Can the parliament redeem itself? They can if they choose to. They can if they choose to. Do they have a nerve to do that? If there is a cause, they will. I pray they do that. But at the end of the day, you know, the greatest deception is called self-deception. One of the lead things that have led Zakayo on is in his ability to manipulate almost everybody to agree with him or force everybody to agree with him. That becomes very deceptive in terms of tunakuachilia, unachukua kamba, tunavuruta, tunakuachilia ukienda, you think you're controlling us, and then we drop you when you are on the cliff. I think we're going to have some sudden changes within the framework of the structure of leadership, both in Kenya Kwanza and in Kenya as a whole. And that is going to come as a rude shock. And probably, in my opinion, is going to be the downfall of Zakayo. And it will be thorough. Thorough in the sense that I don't think he will recover from that. And so, as much as things look bleak now, and he feels in control, like look at the way he responded to the members of parliament. They tell him, ground in Mambo Mbadilika, we cannot even go to our constituents anymore. People are complaining about the cost of living. Then he tells them it is not time to be popular. It is not time to be popular, and we will do that when that time comes. That means he's so confident in his lies and in his approach towards handling Kenyans that he has gotten Kenyans where he wants them to be, and there is nothing Kenyans can do against him. To me, that is self-deception. Self-deception that leads you to the place where you become, you declare yourself God, that you know so well, you are the master, the professor of everything. And I think history is repeating itself, okay? There was a time when Moi felt that too, the professor of politics, the one who determines what happens next. He was so confident that if he picks Uhuru Kenyatta as his successor, nobody can go against it. He has done that before. It worked. It will work. But what happened? When it was too late in the day, the surprise was pulled, and the mighty KANU crumbled with Moi as the professor of politics. I think this one is Moi's end, accelerated for Ruto. Okay, for Moi it was 24 years later, but for Ruto is 24 hours later. I don't think he will survive the coming. If he crosses December, I don't think he will survive the coming year because of the sudden betrayals. By the way, have you noted that there is a fallout between Ruto and Moses Kuria. Wacha akashagwa ya Moses Kuria. And then Moses Kuria going to see...
Is that why they are saying that he'll be sacked or something?
Yes, they even don't know what to do with him. And that's why I want the Azimio people not to help them sack him. Wakileta impeachment, watu Azimio wa support Moses Kuria akae torn in the flesh. Aendelee hapo kukaa hapo akwe Judas. Awa afflict vizuri. So no impeachment. Walitengeneza kitanda walale vile waliamua. So I think we are approaching that climax.
They need 2/3 to get him out. Eh?
No, it's an appointee. Is it 2/3?
Impeachment.
Cabinet secretary is subject to 2/3.
They can impeach him, but they need 2/3.
Cabinet secretary is not. It does not need all that stuff. That is the president or something.
No, I'm saying if they choose to remove him through impeachment instead of being sacked. If they choose to remove him through impeachment instead of being sacked,
with a simple majority. No, with simple majority. Ama it will be done like the one for Nani. For what is it? The one for Kawera. The accounts, the count of the mistakes he has committed. Remember, Kimunya must go.
But again, there's a quagmire there, Mr. Bernard. There's a quagmire there because, yes, the parliament can, whoever, either the upper or the lower house, can actually vote for him to go. But the person that has the last say is the appointee himself, Mr. Zakayo.
Yes, that is true.
What do you mean? After parliament says he away, there is no way Nani can keep you.
No, you know, if the appointee is for it, the way Matu says, he can find an alternative. He can remove you from where they have demanded, but take you elsewhere. But for you to just go home and you are using parliament, for it to go through and considered successful, it will require 2/3. The same way they were, you see, when they were being vetted, they could, I think they could go by simple majority. But if you were to be removed, I remember when they wanted to remove the Auditor General at one point, it is the numbers that they failed to get.
A non-script, you're mixing two things. There is what they call constitutional offices, and there is political appointees. They are not they don't have the same threshold. Constitutional offices have security of tenure. They are Auditor General, the Chief Justice, the what else? In these commissions, heads of commissions, those ones have security of tenure. Like Chepukati, 6 years. After 6 years, you can't reapply, you can't do that, and you can't be removed. And if you are to be removed, you must be paid for all the term, whether you served for 2 months or for 6 months. And so those are the complications of constitutional offices. But these appointees hire and fire. It is if the president fires you, you're gone. The parliament cannot save you. You cannot even
the Moi style.
Yes, you cannot even go to court to look for
the 1 o'clock ile ya Moi.
Yes. So yo. But for example, let's say Zakayo wants to retain Moses Kuria, but Moses Kuria's violations have agitated the parliament, and the parliament unanimously or with the majority fires Moses Kuria. Zakayo cannot return him. Just like the parliament sacked Munya. Munya was a very strong person for the Kibaki administration, the Grand Coalition. But when Khalwale stood on the floor and said that Munya must go, because of Golden Bag, Munya must go. And Munya went. He said, I would rather die than resign. But he resigned and he did not die. So that is the same fate.
Lakini Bernard uoni hapo kuna kashida kafulani kako mahali, because hii kitu yetu venye tulijenga, that's why we needed to revisit the constitution. Uoni kuna kashida kako mahali, because sasa okay, what will parliament or senate sack Moses Kuria? How will they even do? They're not the ones, they're not the employing hand of Moses Kuria. They can propose, and that is what came in. Hold on. That is what came in when they were talking about him before Alete Akawira. That I think it was 2 days ago. That they said, yes, we can propose, but then we'll have to put it back to the hands of Mr. Kinyangarika traveler.
Okay, quickly, there is somebody interfering with my broadcast on this end. My browser, kuna vile wanatuma hizo buggers, so I can't hear you people talking consistently. But Kenyan would love the Senate is in charge of counties, but National Assembly is the one that vets the CSS. So what Kingi was saying is can only recommend to the National Assembly to summon Moses Kuria and deal with him. But the Senate doesn't have that jurisdiction to check the CSS. That is it. But if there were governor, deputy governor, or anything to do with counties, the Senate is the one that has the constitutional capacity to handle that. That was where the controversy was. Although Moses Kuria's misbehavior was on his comment about what the Senate was doing, prejudicial, whatever.
You see, Mato, just to add on what Bernard is saying, if, for example, there are violations, clear violations, which can be proved under Chapter 6, somebody can actually take them to Parliament, and under the same issues, Parliament will deal with them, and if they are proved, legally, the president should not have no choice but to drop him. And they can actually choose to do that. If Zakayo doesn't want to be seen to be directly the one engineering it, he can actually push it through Parliament. So once Parliament has done it, it will be easy for him now to put Kuria aside, for the reason that, you see, it is not me. It is your conduct which has earned you that. So he can actually play it like that if he chooses to.
It is, the politics around it will be very complicated. In fact, that's why Zakai is avoiding it. There is no amount of excuse that can save him, because the nightmare for Zakayo is the combination of Moses Kuria, Maina Njenga, Uhuru Kenyatta.
That's why I like you. You are so smart.
In taking away the mountain.
Thank you.
Can Gachagua wrestle the mountain from those two, from those three? All in all, Harun, thank you. It is not Munya, it was Kimunya, the Kipipiri member of parliament. Kimunya must go. He was Minister of Finance then. Huh? Yeah. Thank you for the correction. Kenyan would love.
Wasn't that before Liwakwoli that came up with that thing?
Allow me to go.
Okay. Sawa. Harun, thank you for coming in. Umepata kumechemka hapa kidogo, na kama kuna mtu mwingine anataka kuja kuingia, tafadhali ingieni. I'm here. I want to hear you. Na a non-script kana sisi hapa mpaka tufunge. If anybody else wants to come in, I want to thank Bernard for being here. Asante sana. We still have maybe just a little bit more time. Bernard, thank you. I don't know nani wanakugonga huko, where maybe umepelekwa na Ruto amecheza na wewe kama wewe. I don't know who's attacking you, but thank you so much for always being here with us. We really do appreciate. Sawa. At your own convenience, utatuambia. So now, Harun, you've heard venye tunaongea hapa hivi. There's matters constitution, there's matters what is happening. I can see Bernard is still struggling. what's your take about the politics today, and what's your take? I mean, this thing, kuna vitu kadhaa watu wamesema hapa hivi, watu wamesema story ya Malema, watu kama mimi hapa nimesema mi sitaki kujua story ya constitution because we are not following it. Tuko na mtu mwenye already amemaliza hivi state of talk, already asha travel, anasema unga iliteremka, anasema kila kitu inateremka, and then anyway, matters Kenya. Vipi Harun, how are you doing today, sir?
Yeah, niko fresh, nashukuru Mungu mazee. Naona nona area.
And just a second. Bernard, whenever you're ready and you want to come in, nakuona huko nyuma, kama if you want to come in, you'll do yourself your favors. Anyway, tuendelee Harun.
Yeah, so Mr. Mato nakushukuru sana. Naona ndugu Anona amesalimika, dada zetu na ndugu zetu ambao wako comment section. Yeah, yani unajua sasa hivi kama nchi yetu ya Kenya, by the way, tungepata rais mwenye ako na utu, ambaye tu watu wamemchagua, ambaye ako answerable kwa Wakenya, ingekuwa jambo mzuri sana. Lakini hii jamaa wa kusukumiwa, lakini mi nashangaa sana, akona kiburi, anafikiria maybe yale yenye yalitendeka 2022 still yata mambo hubadilika. Ruto, mambo hubadilika bana, you never know. Wewe si Ruto si Mungu. Akona hiyo kiburi hata ya kuambia ma MPs kuwa nyinyi wacha tu kupeana lawama kuwa maybe your constituents sasa hivi wanapiga nduru kwa sababu maisha imekuwa ngumu. Hapo mbele anajua sasa, yeye anafikiria kuwa Biden na ama wacha niseme tu wale ma European in general, wale wenye walimpatia hiyo kiti watakuwa hai hiyo 2027. What if wawe wameaga dunia? Because there is no man who is an island kwa hii ulimwengu. Everybody will die, I will die, they will die. Je, tuseme kama wameaga before hiyo 2027, kukose na mtu ambaye hata manipulate systems, ndio jamaa apate kurigin our members of parliament wenye walipitisha hii financial bill 2023 ambayo inatuumiza namna hii. Kwambia Mungu anajua kutrim kiburi ya. Mungu anajua kutrim kiburi. So yeye wacha tu aendelee kuambia kuwa nyinyi msijali. Si ajabu most of those members of parliament wenye wako allied kwa UDA, hata hao wetu wenye wali support hii 2023 finance bill, wote tuwapeleke nyumbani. Alafu nimesikia jambo lingine Mr. Non script ukisema kuwa hii kuhusu bipartisan talks yenye imeisha, mambo ya national dialogue yenye imeisha. Sasa hivi jamaa wameretreat, wanaenda kuandika barua sijui tarehe 22 sijui watapeana kwa Ruto na Raila, hiyo report ndio ipelekwe parliament. Ndio Ruto alimanipulate au parliamentarians, akachukua kutoka opposition akapeleka kwake, then kutoka hapo saizi akona majority. Yeye wacha tu aombe Mungu, yani kama ni kufungua safa wafungue safa, kama ni kwa sasa hivi yale maandamano tuseme sasa hivi wao wametumia hiyo chance ya kuwa wako na majority in parliament, wameenda pale wakapitisha zile vitu ambazo zinawahusu wao, mambo ya gender, mambo ya the issue of Mudavadi kupewa ofisi, alafu waache mambo ya cost of living, waache na mambo ya sava na yale yenye Azimio, alafu kuitishwe na maandamano. I don't know. Kuna kitu inaniambia any maandamano sasa hivi ambayo itatokelezea, hata hawa mapolisi wenye Ruto akona kiburi nao, they cannot contain it. Wacha tu nimwambie tu vizuri sasa hivi. Nakwambia Ruto, unajua yeye anaona kuwa sasa hivi ana brag kama ni matax, anaamua tu kurusha tu tax, yani ni kana kwamba ni kuku tu anarushia Ruto akumbuke sisi ni Wakenya, tunamwangalia ile siku tu Wakenya wataamua kuingia barabarani, he cannot contain it. Mimi najua hata watoto wa university hawa na ndio watajaribu kuwafungia, maybe wasitoke, sijui nini lakini haya. So mimi hapo ndio ningependa kuguzia hapo. So kuhusu mambo ya Malema sijui nini kimehappen. Niliona vile alikuwa anasomea baba that time kuwa apatie Ruto nafasi aongoze kwa sababu alichaguliwa. Sasa hivi niliona namsomea. I don't know nini kilichange, but sometimes uwanga nasema Mungu uwanga anazungumzianga watu wake kama maybe walifanya makosa katika matamshi, alafu Mungu wanaongezea, anawaambia hapana. Unajua sasa yeye inastahili tu Malema aombe tu baba msamaha tu direct hivyo, ama aende kwake tu one on one, amuombe msamaha, mwambie aisee, huyu mwanaume mwenye nilikuwa nafikiria sio huyu, cause alikuwa anafikiria kuwa William Samoei Ruto is a pan-Africanist. Pan-Africanist mtu mwenye unaguza hapa unaguza pale. No, pan-Africanist ni mtu mwenye meza non script. Kama umeamua kusema ni pande moja, ni pande moja, au yumbi mara uko east, mara uko west. No, sasa hivi inji mingi zimeangalia the way how west wa manipulate maybe through mambo ya voting, through mambo ya kupeana loans. Hata hizi loans unaona mtu anakupatia loans, anakupatia na conditions ambazo yani sio za kiwanadamu, ni conditions za kishetani. Wacha niseme hivyo. Wakati William Samoei Ruto aliposikiza IMF na World Bank wakimwambia remove subsidies, na jamaa akazitoa, angalia viramelemaza. Tuje hata pande ya education system anon script, because look at sasa hivi education is it is going to be very expensive, na education ni jambo la muhimu sana. Mambo ya masomo ni jambo la muhimu sana katika kisasi hiki na visasi vijavyo, because 200 years ago nchi mingi zilijaribu kuenter themselves kuingia into industrial revolution. Nchi mingi sana na already ziko ndani. Alafu sasa kwa hiki kisasi we are in digital era, a non script mambo maandamano Kenyan will be love and wenye mnanisikiza comment section mazee, hii ni digital era, whereby in digital era ni machine bin machines manze, machines zinagongana hapa mahali tuko tunaangalianga vile machines zinafanya kazi. So wakati watu wametoka kwa yani nchi zime undergo industrial revolution, sasa hivi ziko kwa digital era, kutumia machines na teknolojia. Wewe unapata instead hao watoto, cause sisi hatukusoma. Mtu kama mimi I didn't go very far katika masomo yangu, but pale mahali ambapo wazazi wangu walinifikisha kidogo, ninashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. But sasa watoto wetu na watoto wa watoto wetu, hii mambo ya digital era, kuna vile itawasaidia so that machine zisije zika replace their jobs. Kama sasa hivi nimeona mara mingi sana ukitembea unapata zile jobs zenye zingeajiri watu 10, mashini iko hapo, mashini isha take over. So kama hawa watoto wetu hawezi wakacompete, waende wasome vizuri, wawe wana compete, machine isije ika overtake ichukue hizi kazi zao, wakuwe rendered relevant katika society ambayo ni ya kidijitali. Tutawasaidia namna gani ikiwa tutaendelea kuimpose school fees kwa wao? That is why mimi nasema kuwa Malema vile alikuwa anafikiria tu William Samoei Ruto is a pan-Africanist. No, hapo hapana. William Samoei Ruto ni mtu tu wa jua kali tu kama mtu wa jua kali tu kama mimi. Hawezi kuwa pan-Africanist. Mtu mwenye pan-Africanist, mtu mwenye anadeal na watu wenye wamesoma, watoto wetu wenye wamesoma, wameenda majuu, wamegain experience mzuri, alafu unakuja kuwaangaisha pale airport wakati wanaporudi kwao nyumbani, eti mniambie kuwa that is a pan-Africanist. Kenyan with love. Wacha tu nikome, hiyo ilikuwa tu kionjo. Niko area Kenya, maandamano kabili, she's around. Yani ni machungu bro.
Nakusikia my brother, I understand you kabisa and asante sana. Kana sisi hapo, usiende mahali. Let's have a decent conversation. Asante sana Harun, I really appreciate you. Asante sana kwa hapa hivi. Muulize maswali magumu na sijui nini inauma unknown script. Kuna kitu inamuuma hapa before mami akuje. Unknown script ni nini umeumwa nayo sasa?
You see why Zakai has been trying to purport or to show himself as being a Pan-Africanist is because of Kimbelembele. In the past, I hope you have remembered how he was the one attacking the debts, the debts which is owed by most African countries, and then this Pan-African thing. You remember it was being held in Kenya. I think probably this is the first such meeting, and Kenyan had challenged you whether if you are aware of whatever resolutions that came out from that meeting. Now, that is what Zakai has been using to portray himself as a Pan-Africanist. Not that for those who know him, we know that he's very far away. He's not even near there. Haron, I wanted to touch on the issue of the bipartisan. My issue with it, I think I brought it up here, and Kenyan was asking at where did all this come from? Now, the strange thing about this, or the bad thing, is that by the end of the day, it is going to end up in Parliament. And as Kenyan, the way I said here earlier, Kalonzo told us that they are going to reject it in Parliament. Now, as far as I'm concerned, he is the chairman of that body. And whatever he doesn't sign should not even find its way to Parliament. That is why I was wondering.
But unknown script, you need to be specific with what Kalonzo said. Kalonzo did not say they're going to reject. He said they're going to reject if what? There was a caveat.
If they were saying that if the issue on cost of living is not there, they are going to reject it in Parliament. And it was supported by Sifuna. He said they'll wait for it in Parliament. My input here is not whether they are going to reject it. My issue is being the chairperson for the same. If this thing is not there, why should it even leave his desk? Because it cannot become a report without Kalonzo. At that level, it should not even find its way to Parliament.
But
without
you're
him.
wrong. He's not the chair. There's two chairs. There's just saying
yes,
that if
he disowns it, there'll be no report. That is what I'm trying to say. At that in other words, he knows more than us by far. He's very well positioned. The moment that thing is not there, he says that we don't have a report. That's what they should be saying. It's not to wait for a report to be in Parliament. And in Parliament, they have no numbers. So whatever finds its way to Parliament is going to pass. It will be foolhardy to wait for this so-called report in Parliament.
So what's your suggestion?
My suggestion is, if they realize that whatever has been captured is not the way they want it, there should be no report even to take to Parliament, so that it dies like that. But if at all it finds its way to Parliament, Parliament will pass it. The rejection of Sifuna would not matter. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, remember, that report is having the issue of official opposition, a narrative from Zakayo. It is having entrenchment of the CDF, a narrative of Zakayo. It is having the entrenchment of the Prime Secretary, which some people apparently should have taken to court so that Mudavadi would have been put aside. It didn't happen. It is having issues on the amendments, on some adjustments on Chapter 6. Again, a narrative of Zakayo. It is having an element on the oversight, so-called oversight, Senate Oversight Fund, which is also a narrative of Zakayo. Then it is also having the gender law issue version of Zakayo. Now, I remember Kalonzo said that all these issues have been agreed on. In other words, they are in that report. Now, at that point in time, how come they didn't know that the cost of living could be missing? They are waiting to read the report in Parliament to realize those things are missing. And yet they are the officials who are generating the report. If those things are not there, there should be no report. You shouldn't tell us that they are going to reject it in Parliament. Now, I wanted to conclude with the issue on Finance Act, the Finance Bill. The Finance Bill is still in court. Now, what has this regime done? The clip you played from that MP disclosed to you that that Finance Act is no more. In other words, it has been amended through a supplementary budget. So even whatever is currently in court has been overtaken by events. Do you see they have managed to get the Finance Act issues or laws through the back door, through a supplementary budget which has not been contested? Now, that is where Kenyans are now. You have realized all these taxes which are all poured on everywhere. The challenge is, how do Kenyans get out of this? Now, you had suggested that, let's all now forget about the Constitution. We can, but how will the solution come? Unless there is something like a military takeover, I don't see how else Kenyans can run away from Zakayo. Thank you.
Thank you. I like debating you because you're one person that runs all over, but also, I mean, you still have a point, and you kind of try to baby everything, and you're not as radical as some of us, and it's a good thing. It's a good trait. So yeah, okay, so but all I'm saying is that we cannot baby people anymore, and we're not going to baby values, including the Constitution again. If these talks do not make anything and people go and do their cooking work out there, we are going to refuse them. And then we'll go back to the streets and understand where are we going as a country. The good thing about the talks and the good thing about what is happening in our country, to me, that is just my own opinion. I can see more unity, more than it was even at the time of elections. And that is the best thing that I'm seeing. Mom, Karibia, you're next. I'm just saying something.
Kenyan, I agree with you. Don't wait until Parliament. Reject it now. That is my point. Because when it goes to Parliament, you will not have the capacity to stop it. That is the truth.
But
if it goes to Parliament, then it will be too late.
No, but the thing also, we have to start realizing that Parliament doesn't dictate the citizens of our country. We extend them the power to actually make decisions. We can even go close that Parliament and close the Senate and close everything, and even the Harambee House, and tell them go home. Somebody just made just the other day, I think it was today or yesterday. Someone said that the elected or wannabe elected people that we have in our country actually spend 52% of our taxes. And there are only 190,000 of them. Yet, Kenya has 56 population? 56 million, the population of Kenya.
Well, projected, the last time you were still in 40s, that is projected in the next census.
I guess we have a visitor here. Yay.
Kenyan, with love, the matter which is in court, a Finance Act. Do you see the monkey business behind it? It is in court waiting their judgment. But what has Zakayo done? He has quickly shortchanged us. He has gone to Parliament, introduced a supplementary budget, and changed everything there which you are complaining about. Adjust here. So in other words, whatever is in court now has been overtaken by them. Do you see the monkey business which is happening here? Now, where is the solution to all this? Military takeover.
Yeah, sorry, I got distracted then. That was a white man that actually did that. Sorry, I'm distracted. I hate that. Anyways, ebu endelea kidogo. Mom, where are you? Kuna mtu amefanya kitu mbaya hapa hivi sana, and I could see them. I thought it was just somebody talking, but anyway. So, but let me collect myself. The thing is that Mr. Unknown Script, we really, 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 really need to stop babying things. Where we are today, even these supplementary budgets that are happening, it comes a time where, and that's why I like Uhuru. I never liked him by the way he's quiet, because he wants you guys to see exactly what he was talking about. Baba just commented about that and said, Munasema Baba akuja waokoe. Kenyans need to understand that these things, the parliament and everything, will look like the parliament is mwisho. It's there courtesy of us. The constitution is there courtesy of us. So when I was being bad earlier by saying that the constitution, I mean, we don't have anything on the constitution and we can choose. We don't care about the constitution. It's because it's a covenant and we don't have to agree with it. That's why we have amendments. We can amend it anytime, or we say, you know what, we don't even want it. It's easy. We want to live the Somali way. No constitution, no government. Kila mtu ende nyumbani. Like someone here was asking me, who is it? I think it was Harun that was asking me to play that video that I played earlier of the MP.
The MP.
Yeah, the MP that is saying this is, I mean, outrightly saying this is the most useless parliament we've ever had since independence. And he says, yes, I'm in it.
But he confessed that they go to State House and get 100,000.
Yeah. Those are the people
under the circumstances, where will the solution come for Kenya?
The solution is with us. We want them to give us solutions, but the solution is with us.
Me and you are in the US.
Even us in the US, we have a lot of solution here. We can choose not to. I mean, like we did, no remittance. I mean, zero remittance. I don't know if you participated in it. The zero remittance thing, we did it. Onakule, what we did, and we've seen people go shut down some embassies.
You travel to Kenya now, you'll be met face by face by the JKIA debacle.
And that's fine. I'll go through Somalia. I want to introduce Mom because I want to introduce Mommy. And Mommy, before you come in, if you allow me, let me play this video that is being asked by the commentators to our comments, if you don't mind. Mom, is that okay? Okay. Listen to this MP. What is talking about?
Go ahead.
Hata hatuna bunge la Kenya.
Kwa nini msiende nyumbani?
Sisi wabunge tunakula pesa bure. Hakuna kitu tunaweza wasaidia wa Kenya kwa sasa. Hata tukimake policies zote zitaenda kungeuziwa State House.
That is really dangerous, mheshimiwa.
Hakuna haja ya kuwa na bunge Kenya.
Including kesho unasema kipenga kipulizwe na muende home.
Kila mbunge aende nyumbani. Hakuna kitu tumesaidia Kenya now.
Are you serious with this?
I am very serious.
Kwamba bunge limefeli and it's time kila mmoja aende nyumbani.
Hata ukitengeneza sheria gani haifuatwi. Sasa wewe unatekeleza sheria gani kama haifuatwi?
Ina maana kwamba kesho mtakuwa mmeketi pale a year in year out mkikula pesa za Wakenya bure.
For example, tuliunda bajeti ambayo inafaa kusaidia Wakenya. Supplementary imekuja imechange kila kitu. Sasa hiyo budget ilikuwa ya nini jameni? Kuharibia wabunge wanaenda kwa mahoteli kubwa, wana-apply hata Mombasa kutekeleza hiyo bajeti, lakini unakuja unabadilisha kila kitu. Jameni, tunaelekea wapi? Okay. Tunaelekea wapi? Hii bunge, this is the most useless parliament I've ever seen. Yeah.
Wow. Sema mheshimiwa Nguna sema I am in the 13th parliament and this is the most useless according to you.
It's the most useless parliament and I'm there. I'm a member of parliament. I am totally disappointed. Hakuna kitu tunafanyia wa Kenya. Tunafaa hata kupea wa Kenya apology. Kama wabunge hatujasaidia wa Kenya. Ile wakati wa Kenya wali expect tuwatetee Wengine walienda State House wakapokea 1,100 na wakakuja kunini kufoti. Yes, wanajua hiyo sheria inadhulumu wa Kenya. Jameni, kuna mbunge gani hapo?
I am sad listening to what you are saying, and if it's the truth, then Wakenya wanastahili kuwa macho zaidi kuhusiana na mahali tunaelekea kama taifa hili la Kenya. Endapo that is the feeling you have as a member of parliament, hapo kidogo ni kama wanavyosema Wakenya kinaturamba. Lakini nipe muda wa dakika 1-2 nisikize Wakenya, nikirejea kwenu kwa swali lingine.
Ma'am, as you come in, there's also someone that is called Jura. He's seen what? He's a white guy. I can see him. He's the one bringing this vitu zingine that I don't want to say. I can see you. Please walk away. This is not your channel. Go do those other things if you're listening to us, because I can see you trying to come in. We will not allow that. You're not allowed in this channel. Go talk somewhere else. Go take those things that you're doing here with us. I can see you. I've seen you. You almost got me once. Please walk away. And even John CL, I think that's the same account that you have. Please leave us alone. Deal with your own things. I've seen you. You're a white guy. I just saw you. Go away. This is not your channel. And please leave us alone. Bye. I'm blocking you. Please never come to this channel. Go do those things somewhere else. This is not the type of people that you think we are. I've already reported you, and I'm gonna be banning you forever, ever, even accessing this channel. I have seen you on the side. And ladies and gentlemen, people who saw what happened there earlier, that is them. I'm seeing, I think he's the same guy. I've seen him, I've seen his face. And mind you, if you're white and you live here, I'm following your account, I'm gonna follow it, and I might actually follow you more than you think that I can follow you. I hope you're not in the US, because I'm in the US and I'll get you. Take your nonsense somewhere else if you're listening to us. I'm gonna ban you. Never come to this channel again. And if you think this is just people living in Kenya who cannot do anything to you, you are wrong. We'll get you. So please, thank you. I can see you trying to come again. Try it. Keep on trying and test me. I'll see you. Anyways, tuendele. Ma'am, the floor is yours. Sorry, I was just taking, because I can see them trying to come in and I can see who is tuwakuleta hizo vitu za chafu hapa hivi. Ma'am, sorry. The floor is all yours. Aya, mami, kwani wamekufikia? Inakaa wamepata, naona bado wakijaribu. Anyway, unknown script, continue.
Yeah. You see, when you go to that clip, you remember the issue about how the qualifications, how not somebody can be, according to the constitution, can be a member of parliament, the qualifications that you are supposed to have. Now, when these issues came for implementation, it is disappointing that the same members of parliament, how they were allowed to play around with those rules of that law, which is in their favor. You see, I think there is a section in the constitution. You are not supposed to be allowed to make a law where you are the beneficiary.
Yes. Let me address this guy because he's back. James Martin, get the hell away from here. We know what you're doing. Please step away from here. I can see you. Get away and leave us alone. I can see you. and I know what you're doing. I will expose you. I know you can hear me. Get away, leave this channel alone. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even playing. Nani, unknown script. Angalia screen, eh? Keep your eye on the screen. And whoever is watching us, this is the guy that is actually doing that. Did you see him? He's a white guy. He's a white guy. He's a white guy. Leave us alone.
He's using various names or what?
Yeah, James Martin and John Sale. And he's such an old guy. I don't even understand why he's doing that.
Changing his identification or what?
Yes. And by the way, I'm going to get him into the FBI watch list. So, James Martin, I can see you. And you're going to the FBI. Yeah, he's actually nodding. You guys, we got you. You guys that are coming here to come and mess our channel. I don't know who's paid you or whatever it is. So, anyway, we're in the layer. We'll try and cut those places. But I wanted people to see his face. I can see his face.
Oh, okay. Basically, what I was saying that picking from where that member of parliament left, with this Liz Mutuku or that lady, you see the. I said here earlier that there are other constitutions which cannot even be compared with what we have in Kenya and are working so well and serving in the countries where they are. But ours, you can see there's a challenge here. Nothing works. Even the bare minimum which is required is not working. The very first time they did, they interfered with Chapter 6. And I think the judiciary is to blame for all this. This so-called judiciary of ours, they are the one who messed up everything. You see this thing which has stayed in the Kenyan constitution regarding innocent until proven guilty. And that sometimes when a case is in court, anybody, anywhere can come up with an injunction. And the courts just obey it. You see, for example, today, if there is a crime and you especially call it a crime of whatever nature, you go to court, then you are told that you will be given a mention date. Which mention date, when the time comes, again, the laws allows it can even be postponed. After mentioning the thing, then you are supposed to now proceed to take a plea. When you take a plea, then now the case is scheduled for hearing. All this time, you may find that mention, taking a plea, hearing, judgment, even after the hearing the case, you find the judgment itself can take several months before it is read. Now, by the end of the day, you find that the accused or the victim, none of them could even still be alive. So now the Kenyan legal system is really, I think, quite pathetic. That is why they take ages and ages. You remember in the past, it used to take, for example, this, what do you call it? These parliamentary petitions. They used to take and overflow even into the next election. Nothing has come out. Why these things have not been corrected? I do not understand. I do not understand. Take the pending issues in the constitution, which they keep postponing the implementation. Serious about them is the one to do with the recall of MPs. The parliamentarians interfered with it. The other one is to do with the qualification for the MPs. Remember the one which was bothering Kenya Sakaja, the degree requirements and what have you. A number of these things have been postponed year in, year. Now we are going to be, after the constitution, we are headed for almost 25, 30 years. Those things have not seen the light of day. Now, you realize that the issues of CDF, issues of those qualifications, issues of record, all these are touching directly on the same people who are supposed to be making the laws. Now, that does not require to be explained. It tells you why nothing is moving in that direction. You should not allow people who are making the law to deliberate on a law which directly benefits them. They'll do things the other way around. And that is why, as I agree with the MP when he says that Parliament is doing nothing. Recently, a good example is what he has just given. They passed the finance bill, which has become the law. The law was contested in court. The matter is still pending in court to date. In the meantime, what have they done? They have come up with another law through supplementary route.
A non-script?
Yes.
I thank you so much for having this conversation. Our channel is being attacked by some people here. I can see already two of them, the James Martin and Michael Ngige. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show that part. It's just that when I'm seeing them, I can see the guy. So I wanted to show the face, but they're very quick to change into that. As soon as you want to, yaonekane anachenjio face, anachenjio side ingine zile vitu zinatutaki kuona, and this is not that kind of a channel. I want, so that it can be edited and we can edit, I want to close it a non-script. I'm sorry, unless you have something that is because I can see two of them right now. There's a James.
No, we are better off. We are better off even restarting if need be. But cancel it.
And I'm talking to Bernard to see if we can actually just pull it back and close
end it as a way of just end it, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, just so that we can just I don't know, but I've noted the people that are actually coming in. There's Jeremiah Holt and all that.
Why don't you report them to the?
Don't worry, I got them. You know, last time when they did to Bernard and did to me too, we didn't know. So now I know. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having been with us here. This has been your host, Mato. We want to close it today because we've been attacked. There are some people who are coming up and they are trying to attack us, hackers. But unfortunately, they tested the wrong one because at least me natumianga computer yenye naweza waona and I can see some things. So I want to apologize for this immediate end of the show. Poleni sana. I might start another feed, or depending on people, wenye mko kwa nini mnaweza niambia, we can start on the side. Now they have another one. Peril Lacuas bro. I can see all of you. Please, this is not a channel for you to hack. So, luckily at least I can see them. Asanteni watu wetu. Poleni. Unfortunately, the show has to come to an abrupt end so that we can be able to edit and take these people away from it. Asanteni na washukuru. Tuchunge show na tuchunge nini tunafanya. Sorry guys, poleni munisame, but I have to do it. This is just what we have to do. It's over. Tupatane kesho, we'll edit those areas.
Munataka kurudi kwa moto ama munataka kuokoka? Munataka kuokoka? Njia ya kuokoka ni Baba. Nawaambia.
Mlikataa Raila. Raila alikuwa mtu wa kwanza kulilia watu. Raila ndio mwenye kuongoza hii nchi. Mpende.
Muniache niunge Raila kwa amani. Na mimi naambia nyinyi watu wa Azimio, hapa Rift Valley tuko pamoja, petition ile ya pesa 8.
Dawa ya hii Kenya ni kusupport Raila Amolo Odinga 100%.
sikio, tuko nawe hadi mwisho. Tuungane tuondoe Ruto, serikali feki ya uongo. Baba regesha maandamano, hawa mafisi tuwaone kando. Ruto ainue mkono, Gachagua afunge mdomo.
Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tapika maandamano. Baba tuende maandamano. Wakenya wamechoka.